My name is Mordred Viking, and I'd like to welcome you to this stream of Hearts 4, where we're going to be playing some Kaiserreich. And when I loaded up the game, I realized that there has been an update since we played this last, which focuses on China, particularly, I believe, Shaanxi. And already they're doing something interesting, which I've never seen before. They have a focus that's actually in progress. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I didn't even know that was possible. But yeah, new year, old problems. Already starts clicked, and the focus tree seems pretty decent. Order of the Vigilant Lion, resume the 10-year plan. So this is basically all about modernizing Shaanxi, turning it into the model province, which does give it some pretty potent capabilities. Out of Beijing Shadow allows you to go either national government or you can join the national government, and then the military stuff. But the first thing we need to do, of course, is decide who exactly we want to play as. So Shaanxi is the new nation. There is also the possibility of playing as Left Kuomintang, which is the basically communist China, which we still haven't ever done, and I would be quite interested in trying out. Also, Lingguang is another interesting one. I think one of the big things in this update actually is they've changed how the factions in China work. Right, everyone starts under Qing, which is why they're all the same colour. No balance of power mechanics. I thought there was a way of seeing factions. I'm in observer mode, so I can just flick between different nations. You have all of your subjects. Well, that might be a mechanic that emerges later on. We haven't seen it yet. So the nations, I think, right now that I'm most interested in, Shaanxi, Left Kuomintang, Lingguang. We did Yunnan before. I was looking at Sichuan, who actually have a huge industrial part. This is all industry. So I think that they probably have the potential of becoming one of the most industrialized nations here. Choice between two different leaders. And then army and... Nope, just army. No air force, no navy. That's interesting. So that's Sichuan, which looks like a very militarized but industrial state. And there's also Hunan, which is revolutionary Buddhism, potentially. Or it's Zhao's rule. So either Zhao stays in, and then it becomes authoritarian democratic, or it becomes social conservative. Or it becomes left-leaning. I don't think it's fully communist, I think it's more like a social democrat. So possibly. Hunan's probably the one I'm least interested in. Qing we've done before. I think they now have factions as puppets. They can all join the Chinese United Front without the mod having to track everything. Ah, okay. Anyway, I think that's who I'm interested in playing at the moment. We had the previous game going as Sardinia. And I feel like we did another game after Sardinia, but I cannot for the life of me remember as who. Oh, I do remember. It was Central America, wasn't it? Yeah, we kind of left that one halfway through, playthrough. Suddenly got busy with other things. But anyway, let's go ahead and start the poll. Which will require me to actually create the poll. Manage poll. So who are the options? We've got Shaanxi as the new one. We've got Lingguang as the democratic faction. We've got Left KMT, which is Communist China. And then we have the industrial guys, which was Sichuan. Right? Yes. If we wanted to go industrial China. So I think those are the four options. We're going to stick with China for this one. I'll make this a 2-minute vote. And I'm going to say... Go! Get your votes in! Vote, vote, vote! And while that is Ticking off, Paladin of Ibuki coming in with a 19-month resub. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there. Very much appreciate that. Hey, hey, all. Been a while since I managed to catch a stream. Always enjoy a bit of Kaiserreich. Mordred in chat. Hope you are all well. I'm doing good. It's been a good weekend so far. Early days yet, I know. But also, this is the weekend in the middle of my vacation. So I had last weekend off, then most of last week, except for Wednesday when I had to go into the office for the Stellaris VR stream. Which is really interesting, actually. I've never done that before. And then this weekend, and then next week I'm off again. Yay! And I might see if I can get some streams during the week. China overall is pretty fun in Kaiserreich. Small wars at the start, then a medium war between you and whatever other Chinese big bloc is assembled, and then final big showdown with Japan. Yeah, exactly. It kind of feels a little bit like... huzzah! Oh, what was that mod called? New Order. Playing as Rurik II. Where you have like the very local wars, then you have kind of the regional war, then you have the war for who controls half of Russia, and then I guess there's going to be at some point a big conflict for who controls Russia. Though the mod didn't go that far yet. Oh, hey, it's coming in with a 43-month resub. Thank you very much for that as well. Very much appreciate the ongoing support there, Pirates. Hope you're doing okay. Hope you're having a good holiday. So far, so good. So far, so good. Is Left KMT the League of Eight Provinces? No, League of Eight Provinces is the League of Eight Provinces, but they are one of the revolting factions that spring out of it. Wow, a lot of love for Sichuan. I thought Sichuan would actually be the least popular. Like Left KMT, the communists, I can kind of understand their popularity. Lingguang, yeah, okay. The Lingguang has a lot of resources. Okay, last minute swing there, blimey. Someone coming in just to steal the victory. Shaanxi coming in last place, so you guys obviously don't like the new shiny stuff. Then Lingguang comes in third place with 7% of the vote. Sichuan just being edged out by Left KMT at the very end of the vote with like 5 seconds to go with 44% of the vote, meaning that we are going to be playing Left KMT, which means we will be a League of Eight Provinces, which I think I can do by just doing that. Now I'm now Left KMT. No, I'm sorry, I'm still in observer mode though. I think I need to quit out and then rejoin. What can we say? We like industry. Fair. I mean, I think that like Yunnan and Hunan have the least industry. See, Shaanxi, brand new, sitting there all on its own. But we're going to be playing as League of Eight Provinces until it splits. Bong! You know what I didn't do? Get any tea going. I'm just going to throw the kettle on and be right back. Cool. Actually, I'm going to shut the door, otherwise it gets noisy. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. So, let's take a look. League of Eight Provinces. We basically have to do Nanjing Army. Our power derives from our military, which means it's vital to build a competent army. The armies of the former League were divided and weak. We must unify them and establish a strong Nanjing Army, with which we will achieve our goals. And then I'm going to play this as if I don't know what's going to happen. So, shift and train. Construction. Now, usually I start out with infrastructure first, Where has the most potential for development? Possibly there. Or there. No, I'm going to put a infrastructure here. And we also have some shipping available. That's not in production. That's not in production. We're just going to go full guns. And we're going to go convoys as well. Research! Right, I am playing with the Road to 56 technologies. Just because I much prefer their system. Cool, cool, cool. Speed by it. The Imperial Cornerstone. Forged amid last decade's wars and expanded to its current size following the defeat of the Northern Expedition, Sun Chunfang's League is a loose confederation of provincial governments orientated around a stronghold in Nanjing. Is this about us, or is this about all of this? No, this is about us, okay. I was going to say, because Nanjing is our capital. This tenuous arrangement has brought years of peace and with them relative prosperity. Foreign industrial methods have proven transformational, and Sun's armies now include several German-trained and equipped divisions at their core. The League Marshal has come to sit atop a vast bureaucratic pyramid, a position he is more than happy to keep, despite the cracks that have begun to appear at the base. German material aid, necessary to offset the pressure from Beijing and the League's fractious southern members, has not served as a source of strength alone. German money trickles into every level of the League's hierarchy, feeding an already ingrained and unhealthy taste for corruption, with officials complicit in everything from embezzlement to the stolen antiques trade. This has gradually stoked the fires of popular discontent, increasingly harnessed by nationalistic agitators, and fueled by the elusive remnants of the Kuomintang. For all of Sun's efforts to draw the fragmented League together, it may be drifting all further apart. Still, these domestic squabbles are outshone by the rising sun which looms large in the east. Beset by internal conflicts, the League must rise to its challenge, or else risk annihilation. Briefings are available in the League's special mechanics, its relationship with the Germans, and the internal politics. We're not actually going to be playing as them, so the League will endure. Sun Chunfang meets with the governors. League Marshal Sun Chunfang today met with the governors of the 5 eastern provinces, who, the public has been told, discuss matters of regular governance and administration. The rice crop in Zhongji has been poorer than expected this year, said Governor Deng Rougeau. It's important that taxes are adjusted appropriately to compensate. The absence of officials from Guangdong, Guangxi and Hunan, as well as the presence of purely military figures like General Ji Junyuan, has led to some belief that this meeting actually concerned more serious matters of state security. Interesting. No. Really? Kerensky's been shot! Kerensky has just been shot and killed while on the way to the Senate. How barbaric! Kornilov storms Moscow, taking advantage of the chaos in Moscow after the assassination of Kerensky. Lava Kornilov and his officers, with the help of combat squads from Boris Savinkov's NRPR, took to the streets of Moscow to fight off leftist organizations and trade unionists. After hours of bloody fighting, Kornilov took full control of Moscow and was sworn in as the Supreme Commander-in-Chief and President of Russia. Lil Tompton coming in with a 31-month resub. Thank you very much for that. Very much appreciate it. The Jigan Railway. Today marks the long-planned opening of the Jigan Railway, the latest extension to which finally connects Shanghai to Nanchang, a city deep in the Jiangxi province. The opening is noteworthy for a few reasons. First among them, the prominent involvement of Chinese engineers in the construction despite a significant funding by the Aufsichtsrat der Ostasian Aufsichtsrat der Ostasiatischen Generalverwaltung, also known as the AOG. Still not as good as the Allgemeine Ostasien Gesellschaft. Much preferred that name. Which has turned the work into something of a cause célèbre. Those less optimistic have been quick to point out the AOG's newfound access to rich mineral deposits, as well as the Xinjiang porcelain, which has been able to fetch high prices in Berlin. Despite concerns, a threatened attack upon the opening ceremony by Kuomintang agents did not take place. Railways bring prosperity. Yuzhang gained a level of railway to Shanghai. Cool, cool, cool. Late this morning, to the surprise of many, the AOG publicly announced its plans to purchase and consolidate a number of eastern railways on behalf of the Shantung Eisenbahngesellschaft. One of its component concerns among them is the New Zhangjiang Railway. The AOG already possesses controlling shares in a number of lines across eastern China, several of which it directly financed, but this dashes the hopes of those who believe the new railway might present a more equal future for Germans and Chinese. While Chinese management will be permitted to remain, they will now answer to the German Directory Board. Though scarcely admitted to the public, few authorities in the League seem to have been forewarned of this development, and the police response to protests has been slower than normal. An unpleasant surprise. Unrest spreads. Unsurprisingly, the consolidation of the Central China Railway under the AOG management has met with widespread criticism. Intellectuals have condemned the move in domestic papers, followed by prominent Anglo-American publications out of Shanghai, and echoed by the Syndicalist Party periodicals found on the factory floors. More troubling, however, the news has spread rapidly by word of mouth and has grown all the more outrageous and fantastical in the process. Tales now describe extensive webs of conspiracy, disappearances of outspoken individuals, and the supposed transfer of millions of yuan to the League Marshal's own pockets. The public reaction has predictably been furious, and protests have already spread from Xinjiang to Jiangxi and the major coastal cities, including the foreign settlements. Do these peasants have nothing better to do? Attacks on foreigners, beginning with assaults on prominent German citizens and having grown to become virtually indiscriminate. Attacks on foreigners are emboldened. Patriotic citizens are spreading like wildfire. The German consulate in Nanjing has advised the Kaiser subjects to arm themselves and travel only when necessary. The consulates of most other nationalities may soon follow suit. The impact of these attacks on business and investment remains to be seen, but recent history suggests the Shanghai Stock Exchange will not remain unaffected. Troubling. Talk of a boycott on German goods has accompanied growing protests throughout eastern China, provoked by an assortment of Kuomintang agents, religious cultists, and nationalist ideologues. More disturbingly, some local garrisons have stepped back and allowed the unrest to grow, unwilling to risk being labelled Hanjian or race traitors. In order to ward off intervention from Beijing, advisors from Nanking Commission have suggested that League Marshal Sun publicly declare the situation is under control. Elements of several divisions based in Nanjing stand ready to be deployed to cities along the lower Yangtze, where protests are largest, and provincial garrisons could be given the green light to take whatever action they deem necessary to quell open dissent. So we can use maximum force, we can punish only the violent. And you know what, this is a decent question. So what are we going to do? We're going to use maximum force. Or are we going to punish only the violent? I'll give you 1 minute to vote. So get your votes in. What do you think we should do? Vote, vote, vote. Get your votes in. Right, I should also update my stream title to say that we're going to be playing as Left KMT. I'll do that when the poll's done. No, I can do it now. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Okay, so punish only the violent did manage to win out with 63%, to use maximum forces 37. So we will punish only the violent. The Totalist Charter. Mussolini, Valois, Herzog and other interested parties arrived in Birmingham today to discuss their common ground. People must reject this madness. Explosions have rocked several stations and rail lines later to become part of the Central China Railway, with one bomb shredding a train car in a crowded station of Hangzhou, leaving dozens killed and injured. The deaths and delays have brought transportation to a standstill in many areas, and has slowed the deployment of additional forces to quell the growing unrest. Blame for the attacks has been levelled against various targets, from bandits to KMT to Japanese agents. Some especially conspiracy-minded individuals have suggested German involvement, who they suggest are targeting their own possessions to set the stage for an intervention. Terrorism. Edward VIII, crowned as King of Great Britain, George V, the last King of Great Britain and Ireland, who ruled the Home Isles themselves, has passed while in exile in Canada. King Edward is a vengeful and ambitious man, not on good terms with the Prime Minister Mackenzie King. He lives in the goal of avenging his father and reconquering the Home Isles. Interesting. Reports from the north and the south. Troubling reports have reached Nanjing from Suzhou and Guangzhou. In the Jianghu insurgent zone, KMT guerrillas have staged a series of increasingly bold raids, striking around the inland cities of Yongding and Longyan. Governor Zhu Yinren has long struggled to assert control over the mountainous province, with control often limited to the coast and the larger inland cities, and now his grasp grows all the more tenuous. Meanwhile, in Jiangsu, Governor Zheng Yunyan reports increased agitation by Yingdao adherents spreading over the border from Shandong. These religious fanatics have been a point of long-standing frustration for the governor, but their involvement may well be encouraging the rising unrest. So infrastructure gets damaged, railways get damaged, a whole bunch of things happen. And sporadic unrest is now spreading unrest. Telegram from Beijing. A telegram has been received from Beijing, apparently sent in the direction of the Imperial Commissioner Wu Waifu, who sits as the Qing Army Minister and the undisputed head of the nation's central military apparatus. The message inquires about the current chaotic state of affairs, clearly worded with the intent to force League Marshal Sun to admit some weakness or hardship. The central government, under Wu's direction, has repeatedly attempted to extend its direct authority south, but so far such efforts have been in vain. Our response must be careful and measured, demonstrating that we need no central government assistance to disperse these insurrectionists. Everything is under control. Probably. The Wuhu incident. This afternoon, protests in the city of Wuhu, bolstered by striking workers from nearby German-owned factories, quickly escaped police control. The garrison, itself reinforced by a section of German-trained troops from Nanjing, attempted to restore order, but in the confused melee, someone started shooting. Within a matter of minutes, police, the garrison, and their reinforcing troops have begun firing the crowd on each other. Over 200 already confirmed dead, with 4 times as many likely wounded, and the resultant outrage has already sparked protests in the surrounding areas. The situation is made all the worse by the presence of small foreign settlement within the city. Many are already claiming the lethal force was only used in order to protect these foreigners, and the killings will most likely feature in international newspapers by tomorrow morning. Could things get any worse? Femrider coming in with a 6-month resub. Thank you very much for the ongoing support. Happy half year, Mordred. Happy half year to you as well. Citing the recent incident of Wuhu, Governor Chen Xiaoyuan has issued an ultimatum calling for the withdrawal of all non-provincial forces from Anhui, as well as the immediate handover of these officers responsible. Though Chen assures the League that his own soldiers will continue to quell the spreading unrest and disorder, he refuses further cooperation with the League authorities and announces the creation of a Central China Railway, which he blames for pushing patriotic citizens to the edge of despair. Under normal circumstances, this behaviour would be unacceptable, but Chen's stance has already proven popular, and decisive action could serve to further divide the now fragile League. We will bide our time. Oh, geez. We had a lot of different units. Afghanistan declared war on the Dominion of India. Managing army done. On the 3rd of February 1936, the Berlin stock market exchange stopped sinking. It plunged. Fueled by the instability of the market's panic, selling soon erupted as the stock market opened on Black Morning. Mein Gott! I'm sure it'll be fine. The 5th Anglo-Afghani War after the Welsh Creek, as the British Raj collapsed into turmoil and warfare, the neighbouring kingdom of Afghanistan took advantage of this as an opportunity to seize Peshawar and Quetta. Who cares about Afghanistan? Electoral gridlock in France. The Commune of France is the world-leading syndicalist nation, united as a federation of city communes and directed by the Comité de Salut Public, the chief executive. This was so important, in fact, that none of the 4 factions could acquire a majority. Much like before the election, a coalition must be found, but how will this change the shape of the commune's politics? Only the men of the CSP will know. Moai naval mutiny. We have received word from Fuzhou that during the chaos of the League's collapse, a rebellion by cadets at the Moai Naval School briefly seized control of the docks there. Spurred on by Wu Waifu's endorsement to the treacherous Governor Chen and decrying the lack of funding towards naval force as a sign of our over-reliance on foreign protection, a flotilla of ships was seized by the mutiny and were last seen departing the city, no doubt hoping to reach Anqing. The rebellion is believed to have been spurred on by 2 leading members of the facility, Sa Bengjin and Shen Jinchen. Both are younger admirals with a history of nationalistic thought and long-time disillusionment with the current system in China. They are no doubt probably grovelling at Chen's fleet as we speak, begging for a better job at his camp. Treason of any sort will not stand and must be brought to justice. Unfathomable betrayal. Although it began a world away, Black Monday's fallout has already reached China. The Shanghai exchange plummeted before closing as numbers unseen since the financial tumult of 1925, and the local institutions are already doing what they can to mitigate the damage. Fortunately, the average citizen is unlikely to feel any immediate impact. But the AOG, already staggering under an extensive retaliatory boycott, faces dire financial circumstances. Its clerks have already issued notice that they may be unable to pay the usual rents for its various concessions, and that the final payment promised for the Zhejiang Railway has been indefinitely postponed. Without this planned revenue, we'll be forced to enact major budget cuts. How are we going to pay the troops? Right, we need a new national focus, but one is not available. Dissension in the ranks. Word of suspended pay has already spread as far as the League's junior officers, and the reaction has been predictably negative. For some, this will mean an end to the lifestyles of vice and extravagance, at least for the time being. But for many a common soldier, it's the difference between life and starvation. The officers' grumbling is made all the worse by a small but vocal clique of officers sympathetic to Chen Xiaoyun's cause, arguing that the League should never have become so dependent on German handouts. In the barracks and in the streets, soldiers are being riled up by Yingdao adherents, seeking converts and preaching against foreign wickedness, while the Kuomintang and other leftist groups hide in the shadows, disseminating propaganda and denouncing imperialist collaboration. Nothing has yet come of these activities, but what was once a routine unrest is now threatening to undermine the very foundations of the League. This rebellion will be punished! Also, I wanted to see if this focus tree was any different. Rolling the die. Stand with Zhang Zhaolin, stand with Beijing. 5-star provinces. Oh, 5 stars, 5 provinces. New army. Cool. Austrian Empire withdraws from Italy. It is clear that Black Monday hit the Austrian Empire hard. The Austro-Hungarian Reichskriegsminister today announced he was recalling divisions stationed in Italian territory, unable to afford the financial burden. A heinous crime. Sun Chanfang lies mortally wounded, shot from behind by an assassin described as a serving woman. His brave bodyguards were able to quickly overpower and imprison the woman, but rumours have already begun to spread and swell. The incapacitation of the League's only widely recognised leader is an unprecedented disaster, and unless he recovers soon, his successor is unlikely to be chosen without considerable bloodshed. Without effective leadership and with political fragmentation all but a certainty, the ongoing crisis will surely spin out of control. The League's fate lies in the balance. But who could be responsible? With the threat of rebellion from Chen Xiaoyun in the west and chaos to the south, we need to guarantee a corridor where we can reach our troops in the south. While Chen Yi has shown to be loyal, there is a threat that he may choose to ally with Chen Xiaoyun, cutting us off from our southern army. We could appeal to a subordinate who has never been content with his position and offer him the governorship, though he is a greedy man and may desire far more than we could offer. Of course, there is always the choice to trust in Governor Chen Yi. So what do we think? I think that this is about the Anqing territory. Shuhai, Haiying. Oh no, Shandong's already independent. Huzzah! Where is this? Huzzah! Oh, Hangzhou. I don't know where Anhui is. This province sounds familiar. I feel like I should know where this is. Oh mighty Google, tell me where this place is in reality. South of Shanghai? So we're here. Anhui is apparently this. This whole province is Anhui. So you've got the Big Dip in there, then you've got the river entrance. Yeah, it's here. It is this. This is Anhui. Okay. Anyway, that is part of a poll. Let's get that poll made. So we're going to give him Hangzhou. We're going to give him Hangzhou and Anhui. Or are we going to trust Chen Yi? Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. So Chen Chaoyan is in charge of this, right? Yes. Chen Zhongzhang's up there. I don't know what this event's about. I haven't seen this before. Midgeman coming in with an 8-month Prime resub. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there, Midge. Very much appreciate it. And Sir Squire coming in with a 22-month Prime resub. Thank you also very much, Sir Squire. Banishing the ads to Valhalla. Send them where they belong. Left Kuomintang is the only Chinese state I managed to unify China with. China's too hard for me. I can't beat France in a one-on-one as Belgium and Vanilla High 4. I can beat France in a one-on-one as Belgium, but I can't unify Kaiserreich China. The only reason I managed to do so is Left Kuomintang is because I declared all the wars before World War II started, so Giga OP, French and British volunteers steamrolled China for me. Possibility of a province flip to Anqing at the start of the war. Possibilities based on this event. That's what I assumed, which is why I wanted to know where this bloody province was. I'm going to guess it's this. Which would cut north and south off, which would be very irritating. But we're going to give him Hangzhou and Anhui. A great cost of political power. So it was, we give only Hangzhou 13% of the votes, trust Chen Yi at 39, but it was Hangzhou and Anhui at 48. And did anyone invest? Yes, Sir Squire invested 3,000. Thank you for that, Sir Squire. Spreading insubordination telegrams have been flooding in all morning, accompanied by the din of ringing telephones throughout the League Marshal's palace, together describing a rapidly deteriorating situation across much of the League. With no promise of pay, soldiers in Zhujiao, Nanchang, Guangzhou, and several other cities are either refusing to act or outright joining the spreading violence and looting, while police and garrisons in Hangzhou and Muji have gone on strike. Riots there and elsewhere are gradually escaping all semblance of control, made all the worse by Chun Changfang's incapacity. Troublingly, telegraph lines south of Fujian appear to have been cut, leaving us entirely in the dark to the likely worsening situation in Guangzhou and Guangxi, while Nanjing itself is now practically in the throes of violent revolution. Wu refuses. Marshal Wu Waifu has refused our request for aid. On our own. Riots reached the Marshal's palace. The Nanjing police have been unable to contain one of the Many riots spreading across the capital as officers defect or sit idle, and onlookers join the chaos, looting and burning homes, businesses, and now government offices. The hasty arrival of military units under the command of General Ji Junyuan, already deployed nearby, seems enough to protect the marshal's palace, but the roar of the flames and the burgeoning crowd are audible even within the chamber where Shen Changfang lies, deep in a coma. Like rats blaming a sinking ship, officials have been observed scurrying away into the back streets and alleyways, arms burdened by silver coins, papers, and perhaps government secrets. Disrupted industry becomes crippled. Conspicuous kleptocracy is it's removed, so that got better. Troops in Nanjing have demobilized, they defect. And spreading unrest has become the anti-concessions movement. Minus 20 stability. Still no ability to have a focus. The illusion of the Qing hegemony shatters. The facade of Chinese unity, having held together for nearly a decade, has begun to crumble. Rising unrest in the League of Eight Provinces, the economic shock of Black Monday portending German retrenchment, and the inability of the national government to deliver a decisive response to either has made one thing clear. Beijing's monopoly on power is broken. Now the future is any man's game. Oh, we have puppets. Hunan and Linguan. So I guess they've just stuck with us. Extra trade to Overlord, Overlord trade cost. So it's just trade. Buffs. Uprisings in Fujian. Kuomintang rebels, already fomenting insurrection throughout the League, have begun a general uprising in the Fujian province, emerging from the mountains to seize a number of villages in the province's interior. The Jiangfu insurgent zone was already known to be a danger, but the chaos now gripping the League, there is every possibility they will cut a path to the coast, opening the way for aid from their syndicalist allies. At present, Governor Zhu Yinren is known to have several divisions in and around Guangzhou, but this is unlikely to be enough to stem the tide. As well, troops loyal to the Kuomintang have risen up along the border with the Shanghai concession, threatening the heart of our power. Well, here's our opportunity. League of Eight Provinces declares war on the Left Kuomintang. And we are somewhat surrounded. So it begins. Do that. Alright, what are these troops like? Weak cavalry, regular infantry, irregular infantry. They are not that different. Oh no, the regular infantry is a lot better at defense. Soft attack is virtually identical though. Regular infantry also has more organization. However, the irregulars have bonuses in forest, hills, mountains, and deserts. Interesting. And most of this is mountain. Alright, let's see what commanders I actually have to play with here. Deng Yanda, irregular officer. Irregular infantry attack, +5, desert movement increased. Artillery officer, politically connected.
Huzzah!
Left Kuomintang officer. We do have a brilliant, in fact we have 2 brilliant strategists. We have 3 brilliant strategists. And it looks like everyone has base level stats. second. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 5, 7, 9. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do you only get 1 trait point when you level up? I thought you got 3. Oh, we do have 2 field marshals. Neither of them are brilliant strategists, though. Korean Liberation Army. So you have 7 points. This guy has 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9, 7. So these top 3 are the good ones. So then the question becomes, which of these 2 becomes the Field Marshal? You've already got Commando, you've already got Trickster, you've already got Mountaineer. You're both Left Kuomintang. You're both irregular officers. Oh, you've also got 9. You're a brilliant strategist, you're not an irregulars officer. And you have the promotion cost reduction. Although I can't promote any of these guys right now, so it's not actually that important, but depending on where I put them, it could be. Well, I guess the first thing we need to do is the Field Marshal, which is gonna be you, because you're not Old Guard, so Li Shizhen is in charge. Then the irregulars. It's going to be led by some of the 2s, because these 3s not very good. Except you already have specialized roles. You're an infantry specialist, that is good, although you're the defensive guy. I mean, that's not necessarily a problem. You are really defensive, good grief. The irregulars are better in defensive spots. So then the infantry... You're an armor officer. Mobile warfare expert, so you can't actually get a position, unfortunately. I think it's probably going to be you. Because we already got the infantry specialist. Trickster Commando. Both of those are base level trades, so yeah, I think you're going to be in charge of the infantry, and then the cavalry guy is going to be our 1 tank guy, so that he can get some of that experience going. Check decisions before I unpause. Oh, thank you. The League War, with the death of Sun Quan fame, the League of Eight Provinces has collapsed in one fell stroke. The winner of the League War is sure to play a major role in determining China's future and survive the trial by fire. Our people have been promised and expect a short, decisive campaign. Morale is a representation of the people's belief in our victory and their willingness to fight for that victory. With high morale, we'll be capable of rallying the people to our cause and securing foreign support. Morale can be gained through capturing enemy territory, holding the city of Nanjing. On the other hand, the longer the war takes, the more we will seem to fail to live up to our provinces. Should morale drop low enough, our troops will begin to defect and the fighting ability will severely be crippled. Morale can be lost by losing territory in the progression of time. So we can scavenge for supplies, we can raise men in different provinces, we can raise nationalists. And then every 30 days we have the war exhaustion, which reduces war exhaustion. Chinese National Revolution recalls Yu and Zhang Fuqiu After the disastrous failure of the Northern Expedition, the Kuomintang's internal unity literally and figuratively split along ideological lines. While the subordinate right-wing faction found refuge with the southern warlords, the Left KMT was reduced to an insurgency in southeast China and a government in exile in Paris. The last 10 years have seen few openings to re-establish a rival government, but the consensus is that their next attempt must fully embrace social revolution. They may have one last chance to realise Dr. Sun's vision. And then arsenal of the party state, war support in a military factory, access to the sea, so we need Xiamen. Secure the Fujian province, secure Gannan province. At Gannan. Where's that other one? Oh, Minhao, which is this. Okay, well, I think that the obvious choice then is cavalry. Grab all of this. Oh, that's even better. And then you lot are the infantry, which I think... I want to have pushing over there. And we have the irregulars. That's not regulars. Split in two different positions. Doing that. Okay, technology. More technology and construction, I guess. National focus. So we can establish the Jiangfu-based government. We can do the second NRA. We'll spawn an irregular unit, the 19th Route Army, and give us command power. Or this one will give us a land fort and also guns. I think I'm going to do the second NRA. Right now we just need troops. We are now in open revolt, and as such our military forces must move from insurgency tactics back to conventional warfare against the warlords. More units must be raised in larger formations. In doing so, we'll form a second national revolutionary army to finally unite China. Not sure why that's pinging me, but okay. And I think I want to raise the nationalists because that's going to be 2 more divisions. But that does drop our morale a little. Sindrin, thank you very much for the bits. Appreciate that. Just learned that my great-grandfather fought in World War II. The story goes that when my grandfather asked him how many years he had served, he said 9! No communist junkies because they share their illegal substances. Yeah, I didn't see that we had any substance abusers in our ranks. Okay. I'm going to start pushing a bit more aggressively to just try and take some land. No, we're not at war with them. At least not yet. Whoa, don't do that. Do that, thank you. Volunteers from Union of Britain, yes. Volunteers from France, yes. Factories. Gift guns, please. Take Nanjing in 25 days. Oh, otherwise morale goes down. We did it. Access to sea. When complete, become owner and controller of Xiamen, gain base stability, and we gain a bunch of guns. Sweet.
是的，长官。准备。
Huzzah! Anshin Clique declared war on us and on League of Eight provinces. That's fine, we have no border with them. Shandong declared war on Nanjing. That's okay, that's those guys. Marshal Wu Paifu backs Anqing following the death of Marshal Sun Chunfang earlier this year and the subsequent collapse of the Qing authority. Few expected Imperial Minister of the Army, Wu Paifu, the real power behind the throne in Beijing, to take overt military action. Yet this morning, he and Assembly President Cao Kun announced their formal support of the provincial government of Anhui, led by Chen Qiaoyun. Completed both of those. So we're going to grab you. I'm going to grab you. And we'll probably also go for the foreign support.
是的，长官。
So how many people are we up against here? They still have a lot more factories, they have a lot more troops than we do. But we should be getting some free guys as and when these things complete. Central Rada seizes power in White Ruthenia. With Germany's economy shaken by severe economic crises, the repercussions were quickly felt in the European hegemon's eastern satellites. White Ruthenia, a small and young nation by the Russian border, was soon rocked into instability after growing agitation from radical leftist elements in the country. The army intervened and deposed the elected Social Democratic government. Władysław Ostruski, a deputy in White Ruthenia's legislature, was made the interim president. With remnants of the old government swept away, Ostruski consolidated power under a new institution, the Central Rada, the Council, with himself as the chairman. White Ruthenia, with tacit German support, has become an authoritarian regime. Its nascent democracy wiped out in the bud. More proof that reformism is to fail. Lend-lease of convoys, yes please. Second NRA, complete. Peace deal between Canada and Afghanistan. The Australasian Confederation has been under the authoritarian rule of General William Birdwood since... Governor General, damn it, I always say that wrong. Under the rule of Governor General William Birdwood since the British invocation of the emergency protocols in 1924. Interesting. Okay, new focus. So we've got regional militias, or army of the party. War support versus a permanent recovery rate and abilities cost reduction. Look to the west. Oh, it doesn't matter which of these we choose. Ooh, lots of special forces. Okay. So Army of the Party, reinstated joint responsibility law, grants division organisation and reinforce rate. Versus getting 2 free units. I think we probably want Army of the Party. The NRA is the organ of the Kuomintang. A unique aspect amongst Chinese armies is that the NRA is highly monitored and controlled by the party. To increase awareness of the 3 principles of the people and the standards of military behaviour from the Army Corps to the divisions and the battalions, we will train and expand the political department to motivate and inspire our soldiers to carry out their duty. Ooh, super elite.
准备，
French units have arrived, British units have arrived.
是的，长官。
Looks like we're losing a bit of ground over there. Socialist Republic of Italy wants to send us volunteers. Yes, please. Military seizes power in Mexico. Mexican revolutionary Emilio Zapata passed away, and with his death, Mexico has been thrown once again into chaos. While the most ardently loyal members of the government had faith in the swift recovery, the freedom fighter, and until today leader of Mexico, has left a power vacuum that will not be easily healed. And with that power vacuum, I have a vacuum in my stomach which needs tea. Huzzah! Oh, I should have run an advert while I wasn't here. I need to get better at doing that again. No matter. Feels wrong being in China with no officers who are addicts. True. One morning there is a lake directly north of Nanchang, so if you do take Nanchang, you can split the front in half. Oh, this. Yeah, okay. Waiting for Russia to be allowed to bomb the USSR and be an enemy of both Third International and Reichspakt. I'm just waiting for Russia to be subdivided more, so Russia has a bit more gameplay, kind of like China does. Because I think that would make it really, really good. Oswald Mosley, elected the chairman of the TUC, the 1936 Trade Union Congress in the Union of Britain, was made out to be decisive. Long-time chairman of the TUC, Philip Snowden, declared his resignation, causing the four major factions of the Union, the Maximists, the Autonomists, the Federationalists and the Congregationalists, to butt heads over the position. All of Christendom mourns the death of His Holiness Pope Pius XI, who died following a heart attack, having been in declining health for the past several years. These lines separate. Because these guys are mostly holding, whereas we're just pushing north to Nanchang if we can. Let's see if we can get around behind them. Even better. We're about to, yes, get us around even. Brilliant. Alright, so let's have you come in behind there. And have you two attack this. You attack across there. Cool. The first International Congress. Delegates from the socialist nations and political movements from around the world gathered in Paris today for the latest in the series of world congresses. An interesting development. We are once again unbreakable. And here we go. We can now recall Zhua and Zhang Fengyu, which we will do. I love the fact that France sent us tanks. What did the British send us? Infantry. Fair enough. Looks like these two are fighting quite heavily at the moment. So how's all of this looking? We've lost 1,000. Shandong has lost 100. Nanqing hasn't lost anybody yet, apparently. Nanqing's lost 100. We have been gaining a lot of factories. We actually have a lot of equipment. Cool. After a long and tension-filled voyage from Paris, the KMT Central Committee has arrived in the newly captured port of Xiamen. Because of the ongoing state of chaos in southern China, this was quite the affair with little in the form of pomp. Wang Jingwei later delivered a brief statement outside the customs office to reassure local citizens that peace in Xiamen would be ensured. Along with the nationalist government in exile, a French-trained and equipped regiment of Chinese expatriates arrived to assist in securing southern China, along with stocks of Welsh Creek-era rifles and ammunition. Cool. And you can take offensive doctrine, which you 100% should. That gives us some more attack. Chen Qiang leaves for Hunan. General Chen Qian, originally from Hunan, expressed his desire to contest the country's newly announced general elections. He was given the go-ahead for his plan and has now left for Hunan. Not one of the guys I was using. Wait, that was socialist. What was that? I did not read that message. Oh. I got the teapot, but left my teacup in the kitchen. Don't even know why I brought it with me. That was silly. They took the USSR out for a reason. I doubt it will return. Well, they have the Soviet style. I mean, they took the USSR out because it was stupidly overpowered. But I think it would still be very interesting to have the German-supported White Russians, Red Russians, various warlords, and Transformer. This is a timeline I hope for the fall of the Union of Britain. Oh, because of Mosley. I was like, but why? They're on our side. Oh, geez. Nanjing's lost 11,000. Oh, because of the surrounds. Right. Yeah, that's going to hurt. So we can scavenge for supplies. We can raise more men. And make it happen. Zhu Yu and Fang Fuqi have arrived from Bharati Commune. Thanks to Sun Po and other struggle, finally Zhang Fuku and Zhu Yu, who are called for the new revolution, have returned to China recently from the Bharati Commune. These hard years as attaches in the Bharati Commune have made their will and perseverance stronger, although some committee members think their right-wing thought may make the complicated KMT more indeterminable and even impact the progress of the revolution. Their splendid military ability will greatly strengthen our forces. So we get more social liberalism, we get guns, we get a new chief of the army. So Zhu Yu and Zhang Fuku. Zhang Fuku is a infantry officer, but not anything special otherwise. Although he has 1 point higher than these two, but these two are rubbish. He should still have 12. At level 3, I think. Should be 4, 7, 10. Oh no, he's actually got 1 more point than he... 1 extra point. Okay, then he's not terrible. And then who was the other one? Zhang Fuku and Zhu Zhu. Him. Brilliant strategist, unaffiliated. 9 points. So he's good. Although he's reckless. Well, reckless doesn't matter for a field marshal. And he has the extra planning speed. You know what, Zhu Yu would be a great field marshal. Let's get you some experience. Probably in this force. Motivated soldiers. When man believes that victory is close at hand, he will fight harder and better, it is often said. Whether or not this is true, recent battlefield success has done well to boost morale, having a positive effect on the war effort. Good. I can now appeal for international support, which will give me foreign support for 40 days for extra speed, organisation and breakthrough. And a bunch of extra guns. This this doesn't cost me any morale. I actually wonder if I want to try to save up for this. I'm going to save up for the arsenal from the party state. It seems more persistent. That guy is screwed. Pius the 12th elected as the new pope. That's the usual guy, isn't it? Yarp. Third International. Ooh, you know what? What I do need to do is extend my line up to here. France has gone through with its designs to hold the first Congress of the Third International, and we, as expected, have received an invitation. It would be foolish not to send a delegation. Go packing then. Go, go, go. Just crush this pocket. Oh, here come the Italians. Oh, that's what the pop-up was. It was the arrival of the Italians, wasn't it? All of the delegates have arrived. Heads of socialist, syndicalist and Bolshevik parties, heads of state and governments, foreign ministers and journalists have all arrived in Paris for the opening of the first Congress of the Third International. It is time to open the doors and take the stage. The province of Sichuan has long struggled with famine. Rocky terrain and unpredictable weather kept populations low until the early Qing era, when widespread land clearances and immigration incentives brought hordes of peasants to the province. In 1925, a lengthy drought turned into a devastating famine that ravaged the province, leading to hundreds of thousands of deaths and millions of refugees. Meanwhile, Nanjing's lost 17,000 men, and that's about to be a lot more. Chairman of the Comité de Salut Public takes the floor now that everyone is assembled and the Congress has begun. It's time to take the stage on the open discussion. The Prime Minister took the stage first and discussed the purpose of the Third International. After the purpose of the Third International was made more clear, the discussion can begin. And I think at this point, I'm going to mix these lines up a bit. How do you halt people again? What's the command? It's not H. No, it was H. I pressed that and nothing happened. And it's up there too. Thank you. Syndicalism in Spain. Joaquin Escasto Budria has taken the stage and elaborated the position of the CNT-FAI in Spain for the Congress. The CNT-FAI is the largest syndicalist party in Spain, made up of anarcho-syndicalists, moderate syndicalists and trade unionists. The French pledge their support and ask all other members to do the same. You know what, actually... Yep, the target here is Nanjing. Do I actually want to have these guys in a separate order going specifically for Nanjing? No, I think I'm still going to just do this as a full-scale assault. I have enough troops for it. Morale's still really good. Baratia wanted to send me some troops. Yes, accept. You see an opportunity, take it. John Jack Reed and the combined syndicates. The American journalist, poet and syndicalist activist John Jack Reed spoke to the Congress for an hour and 15 minutes about the crisis facing the United States and the chance for revolution in the Western Hemisphere. Following in the footsteps of Benjamin Franklin, Mr. Reed laid out the situation in America very clearly. In the South, the America First Committee is stronger than the central government. In the North is suffering from a depression. The West Coast prospers. This economic imbalance has caused massive unemployment along the Great Lakes, and the people are ready for radical change. A modern Benjamin Franklin. They have our support. Oh, I do. Thank you.
是的，长官。
One guy. Should be in that course. Unemployment and radicalism in Latin America. The Latin American countries were the hardest hit of all by the stock market crash in Berlin, and there's been a great awakening amongst the people. Socialist and syndicalist parties grow larger by the day, paired with unemployment. We should decide our policy in Latin America, where left-wing radicalism is ripening. Women's role in the worldwide revolution. Today, the British feminist Helen Crawford took the stage with her flaming speech about women's role in the world revolution. According to her argument, without women's participation in industry and armed forces, it may be impossible to defeat the many enemies of the proletariat. While our delegation agrees wholeheartedly with her message, some fear that it is yet too early to really push into the issues of women's liberation, and that formally affirming the speech is but a needless domestic disturbance. So, participation of working women is necessary to achieve the worldwide revolution, or a brave woman but will not respond. Women are cool. Army of the party, complete. Oh, we can get the Tigress battalions as well. I feel like we should probably do that. Didn't realise we could get both. Then yes, let's do that. The NRA has seen the equal valor of women in combat, though it has not yet developed any programs to fully allow women to participate as enlisted soldiers or officers. Upon the urging of Sun Chin-ling, the NRA has begun a formal program to train women as officers and soldiers. The program also envisions training all female Tigress battalions for frontline garrison duties. Well, we just said that women have an equal right to be on the battlefield, so there you go. Paying off already. Marvellous. Comrade Sail Mohammed wants to speak. Comrade Sail Mohammed, a prominent Algerian socialist, was allowed to speak before the assembled Congress. He has given a rousing speech on the situation in Morocco and French Africa, where Arab labour is abused and exploited for the benefit of the wealthy and the colonial establishment. Sail urged the Congress to put an immediate stop to the situation. He proposed the creation of the Socialist Anti-Colonial Committee that will work to supply local syndicalists and anti-colonial conspirators in North Africa. These openings. We can exploit these openings. White Terror. We heard Joaquin Asano Budria speak of the White Terror horror stories that have been coming out of Madrid and Barcelona, and Kurt Eisner, Bavarian socialist, wanted to delve deeper into the topic of the White Terror as he was given the floor. After hearing more stories that come out of Germany, Austria, Hungary, Russia and Finland, the Congress members were ready to make their decisions. Another reason we must end this capitalism system of murder and robbery. The world economic crises and the role of the Third Internationale. The stage has been set for the revolution to begin. With the Berlin stock market crash, mass unemployment has arisen, and Europe and South America and trade unions have begun to grow as a result. League war morale. Political power gain, war support, surrender limit, breakthrough. 20% breakthrough is important. Also, we have civilian factories. Haha. So where's the biggest province to build up? I only have one. Probably you. We did manage to break this piece off now, which is good. Carry on crushing it. End of the first Congress. See if we can grab Wen Zhao. The first Congress of the Third Internationale has come to a close. The agenda has been met. Dominion of Canada declared war on the South African People's Union. Oh, completely separate. Oh, radical socialist South Africa. Interesting. Second Rand Rebellion. South Africa's industrial base, the Rand, has long been a syndicalist hotbed. Until now, the interests of the white workers would never reconcile themselves with those of the natives. Few anticipated that South Africa's largest trade union federation, the South Africa Trades and Labour Council, the Industrial and Commercial Workers Union, and the multiracial International Socialist League, would overcome their differences and topple South Africa's Dominion government. Already, friction is being reported between both white and coloured socialists in the new administration, demanding for the right of the old racial underclass to have a leading role in the new government. It is unknown if syndicalism can survive without compromising its identity in this hostile political environment. You need to attack them, stop them. Baratian troops have arrived, good stuff. We've lost 3,000 now, they've lost 29,000. Ouch. And it looks like Anqing's going to die relatively soon. Once Weng Zhao is dead, then these guys don't get supplied. Which is going to happen any minute now. There it is. You lot, let's keep attacking that. Do not let them recover. We'll let the cavalry do that. Also, yes, we have Hang Shao. That's really good. Can I recruit anymore? Not yet. We're 10 points away from Arsenal of the Party State, though. And morale, I'm going to guess, is very high. Yeah. Unbreakable! That's what I like to see. Okay, cavalry's done their job. Go and steal that. Zhao Hengti wins the Hunanese election. Zhao Hengti has won the general election in Hunan. Our own man, Cheng Qian, has been defeated and returned to the fold. Closing the gap there, that's good. Incidents in Wenzhou. Occupation plans for Wenzhou and the other AOG ports have been severely lacking compared to the meticulous steps and lines of advance drawn around Jianmen. With NRA forces occupied in the city Wenzhou, spontaneous anti-foreign riots began all across the city, leading to the murders of numerous German residents and the looting of much of the city's uptown districts. To complicate matters, several smaller advance groups of nationalist troops also participated in the looting until more disciplined units arrived to secure the area. Wenzhou is now significantly damaged from the civil unrest. Another mess for our foreign secretary to sort out. All of our foreign troops are down here as well. Like, we got this. Don't worry about that bit. Fujianias in Hangzhou. Most of the National Revolutionary Army's first units were raised in Fujian province from local peasants and rare urban native, and few, if any, of these regular troops are familiar with the standard Mandarin dialect. Yesterday, a group of Fujiana soldiers on leave in Hangzhou caused a scene with language difficulties and drunkenness, led to a fight with local Hangzhou residents. Despite the view of China as one nation, language difficulties and a sharp contrast between rural and urban lifestyles will make stationing most units outside the home areas difficult. It's an unavoidable problem of national unification. Harvest of 1936. Before the National Revolution began, the soldiers living in the Jiangxi Fujian insurgent zone would assist local peasants in the autumn rice harvests. With the NRA back to fighting a conventional struggle, there are fewer hands than usual to help their part of the revolution with agriculture. So they'll have to get used to these changes for the greater good. The greater good. Or to avert new recruits to get some morale training in the fields. And now that we are once again back to being a very egalitarian body, I feel like I can ask chat what you think. So what are we going to do? For the greater good? The greater good. Or divert recruits. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. What do you think we should do? Nicholas. I like the states of the USA and Kaiserreich a lot. The Civil War almost never ends, so they never partake in the rest of the game. It's nice to play without them. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel about Russia as well. I really, really, really wish that Russia was split up. Or at least that the civil wars there took a bit longer. Okay, 90% of you have said divert the recruits, and 10% went for the greater good. The greater good. So we're going to divert the recruits. Lose political power, annoying. Gain stability though. Lose war support and lose manpower. It's the much more expensive choice, except for political power. Right, we don't have trains. We should probably look into getting some. Extra supply hub construction. Well, we can definitely raise men in Zhenjiang, which will get us 2 more divisions, which I think is a good idea. Yeah, just keep on getting 3 guns, why not? Okay, this is getting more expensive. But Nanjing's not that far off. Wang Jingwei praised. Recent advances in the war have gone well to strengthen Wang Jingwei's position. Members of the government, once critical to his role, have begun to fall silent, while supporting voices have grown louder. If this trend continues, the war will see a swift conclusion. It's only right. Oh, German forces have arrived, but they are losing. And once this pocket's closed up, all of our foreign support and all of these troops, 6 divisions are going to head north. Plus we're killing another 4 Nanjing units. Anqing is gone. Sun Loren offers his services. The destruction of Anqing clique and the fall of Chen Xiaoyuan's anti-concessionist movement have left many of his nationalist compatriots adrift. While the junior ranks have mostly either been absorbed into other factions or gone on to teach the Green Forest School, the vast majority of Chen's senior leadership have either fled to the legations, Japan, or anywhere else they could find employment. Few would even consider joining our ranks, so it was somewhat of a surprise when we were approached by General Sun Loren and a few other officers of his staff. Apparently disgusted by the central government's continued support of the League and the desiring to serve an anti-concessionist cause, he has asked for an appointment in outgrowing armies. A native of Anhui, Sun is one of the few participants in the 1919 anti-Entente protests against Duan Quiri's government as a young man. Studying abroad at Purdue University, his continued anti-imperialism brought him to enroll in the Virginia Military Institute. Graduating just after the end of the Northern Expedition, he is a member of a new generation of officers in China. Given his history and a myriad of other prospective candidates, few would question us if we said no. However, his unique training and his youthful enthusiasm embody much of the hopes of the younger generation of the anti-imperialist officers. And Nanjing is gone. So against the imperialists we must be united, against the traitors we must be cautious. Okay, so are we anti-imperial or anti-traitor? Get your vote then. Without Russia opening another front, the Reichspakt always beat the Internationale, though kind of needed for balance. Not true. In the early days of Kaiserreich, Russia was always embroiled in its own situation and actually got more involved in China and Japan than it did in Europe. And France at that point was a lot stronger. And I think it makes sense that the big evil, big bad is the big blue blob. Because at the moment France kind of feels a bit weak. Like I remember the days when playing as Germany was freaking terrifying because of how strong France was. Is there a path that means Japan doesn't attack us? Not that I know of. Okay, the vote's in, and the anti-traitors have lost with 29%, so we're going anti-imperialist. Sun Loren will join our faction. Is he any good, though? Yes. Brilliant strategist, career officer, organizer. 6, 7, 8, 9 points. He is good. Superior firepower expert. Now the downside to this, army regrouping, division recovery, great, is that he already has officers. And we're continuing to push up here. Let's just do that, let's just do that. However, we are going to have all of the Anqing units moving south. Although these guys, Shandong, have actually done a fair bit of damage. This pocket, however, is about to close. And we are not at war with Shandong. Here we go, another pocket down. 54,000 losses to our 5. And we probably have more divisions than they do combined. Not surprising considering everything we've lost. So let's halt this attack just for a minute. Tigress battalions are here. And we now choose the next thing, which is probably going to be Revived Revolutionary Spirit. Division recovery rate and commander abilities are cheaper. While the disaster of the First Northern Expedition convinced many that Kuomintang movement was as good as dead, the revived NRA held the same revolutionary sentiments and spirits of the first classes of the Whampoa. Just like how our comrades at the Battle of Minhao fought bravely despite being outnumbered, so too shall we fight to the last to ensure Dr. Sun's vision of a free China becomes a reality. You get a 20% planning prep, you know what, keep attacking. Morale is down to high. Meanwhile, more of our divisions are coming online. We still have plenty of guns. Plenty of manpower. Not sure what we're using fuel for, but we have plenty of that as well. Manuel Carles assumed full control of Argentina. When Manuel Carles executed a coup against the Argentinian state on Christmas 1935, the nation was torn apart in a vicious struggle for control over the presidency. Deeply unsettling. The river, that's good. And we're attacking them, so that German unit's not going to get recovery. Woohoo! He's about to fall. And we're only actually one province away from Nanjing. I was a little bit concerned that Shandong would get there first, but I don't think they will. Not with the river in the way. How do you get it to show the resources along the top? Don't remember if that's a mod or if that's base game Kaiserreich now. Is there a way I can check real quick? I don't think so. But there's a mod called Top Bar Resources. Man, look at how weak some of these units are. Good grief. Two-Gun Cohen. Morris Abraham Cohen, otherwise known as Two-Gun Cohen, served in the Canadian Railway Troops during the Weltkrieg before eventually making his way to China to conduct business in Sun Yat-sen. After bonding with him, Morris started working for the KMT, helping train troops until he was offered to become one of Sun Yat-sen's many bodyguards. He eventually got the name Two-Gun Cohen after one battle where he was nicked by a bullet and decided to always carry two guns with him. After going back to Canada due to a disastrous campaign of the Northern Expedition, he has once again visited China, offering the same protection he once gave Sun Yat-sen. We'll never need to watch our backs. Good bit of stability. That unit just died. Just gone. Now we can put a bit more pressure on Woohoo. Hopefully begin to try to cross the river. Where's the cavalry gone? It's over there. He is getting involved. He's getting stuck in. Though he hasn't got a huge amount of experience from this. You do. The one who should have the most is you. Yeah, you're almost level 3 now. 41% infantry leader. Sweet. Aha! Now we can do Arsenal of the Party State. We'll need foreign assistance from other non-imperialist powers like the Commonwealth of France to ensure the victory of republicanism in China. Yui. Morale is still high. Woohoo has fallen. Gonna need you guys to put some pressure on Nanjing, please. Cross the river in another spot. You go in here. Those are both of the German divisions. Wondering if I could orchestrate a surround, and there's Nanjing's fallen. Nanjing's gonna be capitulating. There it is. Nanjing Clique has capitulated, giving us access to their resources. It's us versus Shandong. Contested demand. Huasisi. Got it. We got the majority. We did most of the fighting. And is there anything left? You got Zhuhai. Wait, I can do that? Not sure why I could do that, but okay, I took the whole thing. Because I had 85% contribution, I guess. Left Kuomintang took 14 states, Nanjing was annexed. That was as successful as it could possibly have been. And all of our allies are on their way home. Right, you lot face against Qing. You lot face against them. And we probably do need to put some troops down there, but that can come later, I guess. And I can now also raise troops, but I'm going to see if this remains a thing. Also, I just noticed some faces have been crossed off. What was that? Shandong. Oh, we can see their morale. Left Kuomintang, that's me. Unbreakable. Nanjing Clique, currently not in the war. And Qing, dead. So it's just me and Shandong. But I'm not at war with Shandong. By holding China's old capital, we possess a powerful symbol of legitimacy both to our people and the world. And if we ever fail it, we lose 50 morale. Nanjing clique is defeated. With the capitulation of the remaining Nanjing forces, we've finally bested both of our competitors for control of the 5 eastern provinces. Our control of the region is now secure, with only a stray report of banditry challenging Left Kuomintang's authority. From this staging area, the National Revolution will have a secure foundation to unify the country. War should restart with Nanjing, Shandong soon. In that case, I'm going to press all of the buttons. Motivated soldiers. Okay, no, did not mean to do that. Damn. Who is your commander? The guy who has experience. Revive revolutionary spirit, done. What I was trying to do is this. Okay, that's all of the military things we can do, so we may as well establish the Jiangfu-based government. With our uprising in full swing, the time has come to move out of the wilderness in the Fujian province and establish a provisional nationalist government in areas under our control. Recall. So everyone's heading home at the moment. We can get a political officer. Don't think I really care about that though. Plodding bureaucrat. Supply consumption down. Pass. What national spirits do we have? National Revolutionary Army. Experience gain down. Leader cost up. Training up. Planning and planning down. Command power gain down. Spirit. Motivated. Reinstated joint responsibility. Revolutionary fervor. Supply consumption down. Entrenchment down. Encirclement penalty up. Supply range up. And I have a 200% attack bonus against all other countries. And equipment is more reliable, so we don't suffer attrition. Warlord era inadequacies. Organization down, mobilization speed down, recruitable population factor down, supply consumption down, division defense down. We basically have 0 entrenchment. Insurgent army consumption down, attack and core up, defense and core up, supply grace up, division limit up, and then low popular support. Siam's new constitution. So how does this conflict continue? Shandong's morale is low and is going to continue to go low. In fact, they are currently just training their troops. Fall of the Kingdom of Finland. Founded in the ashes of the Russian Empire, the Kingdom of Finland has remained, since the end of the war, a nation thoroughly entrenched in the German sphere. It appears, however, now that this was not meant to last. In the wake of Black Monday, the Finnish government was thrown into crises as the political violence spiraled out of control. Unable to maintain order, the regime finally collapsed. The ultra-nationalist Lapua movement under Kurt Martini-Välineus, now leader of the Republic of Finland, marched on Helsinki, seizing power and unleashing a wave of violence against monarchists and socialists alike. Authoritarian, corporatist and virulently anti-German, the movement no doubt represents a violent break with the old order. Oh no, Finrand. There it is. How long till you're back? 3 days. White sun over China. The people of Pyongyang were surprised when a young American man appeared and walked around the capital of our revolution, asking the locals questions about our life here and our struggle. While his inquisitive behaviour seemed completely spontaneous and drew a lot of equally curious stares and wild gossip, it was actually the result of hard work of our publicity department. The foreigner in question is Edgar Snow, an American journalist based in Shanghai, who came to Longyan to be the first Western writer to see our principles in practice firsthand. With the help of our experienced scouts, he got safely across the front lines. He spent his time here doing interviews with leadership figures, including Madame Sun and Wang Jingwei, but also with ordinary soldiers and common people on the streets. He was already quite sympathetic to our cause, and we made sure to see our fight as just. Today, his book hit stores in the West, and he already lauded by some of the scoop of the century. Will surely have a positive effect on our image in the eyes of the people of the world, despite whatever mean-spirited naysayers or apologists of imperialism may crow about bias. We got the message out there. 2 days, 1 day. We've established the Jiangfu-based government. Our big man's back, so we're going to hit them back again. Rural literacy programs or 100 workshops gets us an off-map military factory and research bonus for industry. I think I want to do this one first. Much of the rural population of China is too poorly educated to be trained for modern warfare, let alone as specialists. The reorganized Comrades Association, upon their arrival back in Chinese mainland, have endorsed programs to provide literacy education for both adults and children, should be implemented as soon as possible to counteract these problems.
准备完毕，长官。
Yes, so... Oh no, we're actually under our division limit. And there we go, the offensive has begun, and yes, I will accept all of your offers for assistance, though I have a strong guess that I'm not going to need them. I can't see this fight lasting long. Though they did manage to catch me off in Jinan. This is a bit unfair to opponents. We are just absolutely hammering them. Zhang is driven from Jinan. Since 1925, the city of Jinan has been a mirror of its master, corrupt and corpulent, brimming with vice and villainy. From his court, Zhang Zhongshan patronized everyone from artists to writers to playboys and prostitutes, executing any who crossed him, splitting heads as one might split melons. Everything was brought to an end as Jinan's defences collapsed earlier today. Zhang himself could reportedly be heard bellowing above the din, perhaps overseeing the evacuation of his uncounted wealth. Now he is nowhere to be found, his harem abandoned, his brawling mansion consumed by flames. Someday Zhang will return, either as a victor or in a coffin, a notion not without precedent. Once, despite defeat, he paraded through Jinan, sitting on a coffin and smoking a large cigar. Good riddance. And there it is. Boom.
是的，长官。
And all of our units were also removed. As that is now the end of this fight. I like this use of the propaganda feature from base game. It's good, it's clever. Alright, so let's put you guys guarding the Qing government border, I guess.
准备完毕。
Regular infantry down here. And the cavalry be here. It looks like we did actually keep the guns. Interesting. Huzzah! Oh, we do actually have one unit, the committee's own. Oh yeah, that is a good unit compared to the rest. We do have a lot of artillery. We could probably go about switching those to Kuomintang. Yeah, absolutely we can. Secure Shandong. Focus bypassed. Oh, here. Gain our next war goal against Shandong. Ah, okay. If we have Zhu and Lai appointed, we will receive an additional effect for the propaganda. Young Guard. Political power +5, land doctrine -10. He's pretty good. But I think at the moment I probably want industrial stuff. There isn't much industrial stuff. Correction, there isn't any. Oh no, you are. But you're not industrial production, unfortunately, which is really what I want. Victory in the 5 provinces. After nearly a decade in exile, we've achieved the impossible. Driven into humiliating exile, we were forced to improvise, adapt, and overcome. While our fighting methods may be unconventional for the rest of China, our prowess and skill were displayed in our glorious victory in the League War against the Imperialists and the Reactionaries. Now that we finally have space to breathe, we can again begin inspecting our army. Whether or not we'll focus our efforts on our vast manpower or modernize our forces will be subject to debate and inevitable repatriated Congress of the Kuomintang. Our victory over the League is indeed glorious. Now we are capable and ready to carry out Dr. Sun's legacy and bring the national revolution to China once and for all. We are able to edit templates again now, which we may well want to do. So these. So these are the 3 different ones. Nimbing Lu seems to be the main one though. I was thinking of doing something like this. Although, actually, before I do that, I'll do this, this. Mostly because I want to see the difference between these two. So you use less infantry equipment. You also take significantly less time to train. You have a bit more defense, a bit more soft attack. Quite a lot more organization. These guys actually have more hit points. And they use less supply. Because having a couple of these irregular units just to cover our borders with Qing, I think would be a good idea. So let's go ahead and train them. Alta Hunger Konga coming in with a 23-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there. Ahoy! You're just 1 month away from the 24-month for the Orange Wings. James West. Any family to Adam West, I wonder? Coming in with a new follow. Welcome to the channel. many of these did I miss? Xanthar coming in with a 41-month resub. Thank you very much for that. Just finished up a Left KMT run myself. Nice. Whitey is here coming in with a 40-month. Thank you very much for your support there. Whitey is here. And then Pandavision coming in with a 14-month Prime resub. Thank you also, Pandavision. The other ones I did get. Right, resistance, that's a thing. Oh, they're just set to integration already. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, compliance rises very quickly with that. But one thing that I would like to do is edit you, duplicate, you police, give you the gavel, update, and then have the police in charge of the occupations instead, because that makes it way more efficient. Huzzah! Because yes, they are going to cause us some problems. Alright, so education reformer would be the production efficiency and research. Zhu Enlai would be the political power and land doctrine cost reduction. Political power and advisor cost reduction. Huzzah! Resistance growth speed, root out resistance mission effects. We don't have anyone doing that yet. Political power and stability, war support attack. Resistance target reduction would also be good. Industrial factory output, but none of this is construction though, which is unfortunate. Tom Michael showing some serious generosity there. Thank you. First of all, coming in with an 18-month resubscription, thank you very much for that. Would be interesting to see if the KMT unite China. Hopefully they do. And then also showing generosity to Gallon Lass, Red Octobear, Josh VS, Smoke Cats, and CPM. Congratulations on the gifted subs, courtesy of Tom Michael. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huzzah! Well, I think that I might actually go for the Great Compromiser first, and then we'll go for Zhu Enlai. Because he'll make the future ones a lot cheaper. Meanwhile, the manpower is disappearing as we're having to deal with the uprising people. And also just increasing the size of these forces. We still have lots of supplies. Especially support equipment, interestingly. Motivated soldiers no longer happening. And we're out of manpower. So Shandong. Resistance target unfortunately is 33 for most places, which does mean we're going to be suffering quite a lot of damage, at least until the compliance rises high enough to counteract that. The more compliance we get, the lower the targets will be. Creation of the International Avant-Garde, a combined effort by the Commune of France, Union of Britain, a few days ago has birthed the International Avant-Garde, a program that aims to create a united art style for art and genre for music, as well as new literary techniques, each of them encouraged to be socialist, unorthodox, anti-traditionalist, and anti-religious. The 11th Olympic Games, recently held in Dublin, Ireland, showcasing the capital of the young republic, the Games have proven to be a large source of pride for her. Once again, English and French and British delegates have been absent, the syndicalist powers unrecognised by the International Olympic Committee, and exile governments lacking men to send. It's just elitist nonsense! Zero manpower, optimal deployment of strength. Exactly! What's my garrison template? It's this, basically. just for irregulars. However, they are ready to deploy, so we may as well do that. Whoop.
集合！
Rural literacy program finished. So now we can do the 100 workshops arsenal. Yeah, we need to have done that. So we basically need to try to get down here. +2 operative slots, that's quite nice. But no, I think we do this. The centre of the base zone is remote and barely industrialised, which will be a problem as we switch to active warfare against the warlords. To mitigate our problems, a program establishing a highly decentralised manufacturing base for repairing and replacing infantry equipment needs to be established. Actually, before we do that, you've done 7 days. That actually works well. Perfect. Because then we can get started in construction 2, pop the industrial upgrade for construction 3 and get that one ahead of time. And get that for 39. And we have another research slot which can also be used on machine tools. Perfect. Revolutionaries take Mongolia. Much like Tibet, news from Mongolian capital Urga is sparse. For many years, the status quo of the nation has been the leadership of the Russian Baron Roman von Ungern-Sternberg. However, recently news came out that after a revolt to the west of the nation, the revolutionary Mongol Ardin Nam overthrew Ungern-Sternberg while his army fought in the west. Mongolia. Social Democrats. Okay. So they are similarly aligned. Kamal Khanate declared war on Xinjiang clique. Jamal Shamar declared war on Ashton Hasta. German East Asia declared war on Indochina. Indochina is communist. Would you like some assistance? We can send one.
是，长官。
We'll send the committee's own, I think. Daily gain minus 0.1. I'm never going to be able to make him into a field marshal, unfortunately. Xinjiang clique erupts in war. It seems like Western Gate between China and Central Asia has broken down into violence once again. Governor Jin Shuren's recent dispute with Kumal has resulted in a large contingent of volunteer soldiers rising up against the army garrison. Rumours say that the Turks to the far west are also preparing to defy the governor once again. Yang Jingjin's final failure. Indochina declares independence after the World Creek. Germany seized French Indochina, but stability wasn't restored until Germany crushed the South China revolutionaries in 1926. Now, Indochinese nationalists and leftists under a coalition government called the Viet Minh have risen up against the colonial regime. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Consolidate control bypassed. Oh, I didn't get the free guns. Well, we can get the building slot in a civilian factory, plus railway in Kuomintang and Yunnan. Or we can have convoys. Or we can lose stability to gain a bunch of guns. But Germany and German East Asia dislike this. I think I want to get the Central China Railroad. The Central China Railroad, a local name for the new lines that connect Xinjiang to the interior, are crucial for our supply lines in this earlier period of the revolution. Up until now, the railway is operated according to the demands of foreign capital, but we can run it more efficiently with better purposes ourselves. Am I just locked away from this? Ah, no, that needs to be finished. Okay. Do you have any benefits? There we go. Our guy has arrived.
是的，长官。准备。
The Radicals win the Serbian elections. Established at the end of 1925, the young Republic of Serbia has recently held the third international election in its history. Pragmatic Serbia. East Turkestan declared war on Xinjiang. Romania has joined the Belgrade Pact. Greece has joined the Belgrade Pact. Foundation of the Belgrade Pact. I'm sure the Balkans won't start yet another war. May as well attack. Union Nazionalista achieves Italian majority. Interesting. That was a pretty pathetic attempt. Control the Central China Railroad. Seize German capital. Lose stability, which does suck a bit, but it looks like it's going to be needed. Yeah, we need the naval presence. Oh, if we do naval presence, then we can do the First Congress. Just straight away. We actually bypass that. Do it. The nationalists are in desperate need of a merchant marine and armed escorts that can connect us to friendly trading partners. Reorganizing the commandeered seaworthy ships seized by our armies will take time, but it is an important step to creating a new Chinese navy. Fall of Cape Town. One of the largest cities of South Africa and located in the Western Cape, Cape Town has long been admired for its beautiful location and its role in the economy of South Africa. Over many years, since explorers sailed the Cape of Good Hope, Cape Town has outgrown its original purpose as a faraway outpost. Do we want to send you troops? I think we probably do. Yes, Radical Socialist. You know what? Sending you the cavalry is probably a good move. No. Let's send you a regular infantry. I don't think that's the NTFAI, or I don't think Spain and America are at war yet. No, they're not. Need to be a little bit more restrained doing that, because right now you're just throwing units away. Jack Reed elected president of the United States. Let's stick you in Cape Town just to hold on to it. Because I'm sure their naval invasions will continue. Right, how are the occupations looking? Okay, we're starting to get to levels more acceptable. Bulgarian royal dictatorship. The Tsardom of Bulgaria, one of Germany's allies in the Weltkrieg, has been seen as the stable hegemon of the Balkans for the past 2 decades. In truth, however, the nation has withdrawn to internal affairs, going from political crisis to political crisis. Natural transition, then. And there we go. Establish the naval presence. Done. First repatriated Congress of the KMT. After a decade overseas, the Central Committee for the KMT has returned to China in triumph. Now that the initial war against the Nanjing clique is complete, the KMT has enough breathing room to reorganize and plan its future path towards national reunification. So Jingling becomes a core, we become the National Revolutionary Government, and we gain a bunch of compliance. Chinese countries can be cored upon reaching 50% average compliance. The integration occupation law can be used on occupied Chinese states. And interestingly is automatically chosen, which is also nice. Call to convene the National Congress. Having been ousted from the politics of China for more than a decade now, the Kuomintang's recent victory over its enemies in the League War has seen Sun Yat-sen's idea for a national revolution revived once more. Once the home of the Ming emperors, the provisional presidential palace, which has been used as the seat of power for Chen Changfeng's autocratic rule over the 8 provinces, has now been renovated into the headquarters of the National Revolutionary Government. News of Kuomintang's first repatriated Congress is beginning to spread across China, rallying like-minded revolutionaries, socialists, leftists, and a common goal to fulfill the dream of the Northern Expedition and create a modern and just Republic of China. In addition, a delegation from the Third Internationale will also be in attendance at the Congress, having long pledged their support to the Kuomintang since the party's initial reorganization in 1924. The Central Committee has long played exile in Paris and therefore owes its remarkable success to the backing of the two major syndicalist nations of Europe. The cordial entourage includes French syndicalist advisor André Malraux, the British advisor George Hardy, the Indian socialist M.N. Roy, the Dutch syndicalist Henk Sneveliet, and various volunteer advisors from the French and British militaries who pledged their services to develop the National Revolutionary Army. Chairman Wang Jingwei stood behind a grandiose portrait of Sun Yat-sen, flanked by the party's flag and the NRA's flag, as he began the speech to inaugurate the Congress. Perhaps to acknowledge the absence of the party's right wing, he started with a passionate appeal that from a revolutionary, anti-imperialist standpoint, the true revolutionaries were to come from the left, and thus the first repatriated Congress began in earnest. The ecstatic revolutionary mood of the Nanjing reminded many of the same patriotic fervour that had captured Guangzhou in 1924. Well, get on with it, and also, thanks for the stability. Also, we can do another political advisor, and we're going to do Zhu Enlai. KMT votes on adopting official history of the First Northern Expedition. After much build-up, the National Revolutionaries Army marched north against the Zhili in an attempt to unify the country against the Zhili warlords, but this failed. Many points have been brought up, such as the KMT lacking the people's support or intervention from foreign powers, particularly Germany. We should decide which of these arguments is more compelling to use as the root cause of the failure to unify the country. So, what do we think? Was it those imperialists and traitors? Or was it lack of support from the population? Get your votes in. What do we maintain was the cause of the failure of the First Northern Expedition? Dutch names be like, well, usually I don't struggle with the Dutch names for obvious reasons. But that one was hard. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Why did this fail? Even Conrad Helfrich would have had problems with that name. Exactly! Oh, last second attempt there by the Imperialists and Traitor Party, but it didn't work. Avian contributed 15,000 channel points. Thank you very much for that. Imperialists and Traitors lost by it was only one vote. One vote. Started it just too late. 49% to 51%. Lack of support wins. This option will empower the PAC, which is this group. Social Democrats. The RCA is the Radicals. Huzzah! PAC it is. Horned Panda coming in with 200 bits. Thank you very much for that. Damned Imperialists! Formed the Netherlands in E4 yesterday. Didn't know they got a PU over GB. Yeah, they can. Kind of makes it easy mode though. Damn the Imperialists and Traitors, ironically lost due to a lack of support. Thanks for the nice streams and vids. Thank you very much for that. Avian coming in with a 2-month Prime resub as well. Appreciate that. Fabis, thank you very much for the bits. Yunnan clique falls into civil war. The once peaceful province of Yunnan seems to have finally caught fire. Tang Yiyao's continuous blunders have finally led to open revolt from his general staff, led by Yi General Long Yun. A huge army of loyalists marched on the city of Kunming, moving in from the south and finally taking the city at the end of the day. Governor Tang Jiao has been confirmed dead, and large-scale uprisings have been reported through the once hegemonic province of southern China. Many experts suspect that those behind the uprisings lie in the surviving Right Kuomintang forces, the National Revolutionary Army led by Hu Feed, and the warlord forces following General Hu Yu, a longtime rival of Long Yun. As armies mobilise in the narrow valleys and the tall mountains of the mountainous province, the future of the region remains uncertain. Is there any place in China safe from strife? Democratic left victorious in Brazil. Democracy in Brazil was rocked by the results of the general election. The Democratic left, an extremely large tentative alliance of centre-left and leftist parties, united by a common platform of sweeping workers' rights reform, has won the general elections in Brazil. Social Democrats. Jabal Shammar was annexed. Question of ethnic autonomy. To outside but ooh, hype train! Choo choo! Hype hype hype! Hype hype! To outside observers, China is an ethnically homogeneous nation. Indeed, the Chinese generally refer to themselves as the people of the Han. However, this can be a misnomer due to the fact that the Han are merely the largest ethnicity in China. The Zhuang, Muslim, Hui, the Manchus, the Uyghurs, the Yi, the Tibetans, the Mongols, the Dong, the Tijua, and many others make up the major and minor ethnicities that are spread throughout all of the nation. Ethnic relations within China have not always been peaceful, but it was the great Dr. Sun Yat-sen who theorized the notion of Minju from the three principles of the people was necessary to prevent the nation from falling into disorder and chaos. Interestingly enough, his earlier opinions seemed to encourage the notion of dominant Han ethnicity, but as evidenced by his declaration in the 1924 reorganization of the Kuomintang, Sun proclaimed that Kuomintang's anti-imperialist mission also includes securing self-determination for all of domestic Minju. But the notion of Minju itself is disputed, as Sun considers the great races of Qing China, aside from the Han majority, the Tibetans, the Mongols, Manchus, and the Hu, as mere relics of an ancient social structure. Instead, the late Premier's stance was that Minju of China were all subordinate to the ethnically dominant Hanju, the Han ethnicity. It was therefore the more cultured and sophisticated Hanju's destiny to lead the Minju in the evolutionary formation of the single Han Zhenhua Minju. In the National Revolution, all notions of self-determination were to be suspended until the period of tutelage is passed to the country's Minju are merely inept to rule themselves. The repatriated Congress, in particular Wang Jingwei's faction, is mostly in favour of following Sun's principles. Nonetheless, Provisional Action Committee has voiced openly that it would be more than happy to promise a degree of self-autonomy for the minorities, provided they support the KMT, of course. While a Department of Mongolian and Tibetan Affairs has been formed, the official doctrine of the said department is to train these peoples to adopt the revolutionary spirit of their superior Hangzhou Kuomintang. But until the warlords imperialists have been comprehensively defeated, the question of ethnic minority shall remain indisputably answered by only the Kuomintang. So China must be truly united, or yes, it is the best way to reunify the country. What is? Okay, so China is the radical socialist, reunification is the social democrat. So what's the question? It's really unclear as to what exactly the question here is. It's about whether China should be unitary or ethnic autonomy. Yeah, but which is which? I guess the second one is the more open and the top one is the less open, more homogeneous, I think. Alright, I'm just going to call this homogeneous and diverse, because this is really unclear. Get your votes in. Are they all one-hand people, or are there diverse ethnicities within China? Kind of disappointed by the lack of snow today. It was supposed to be heavy snow all day. Doesn't seem to have been that heavy. It was like a centimetre maybe. Yep, and we've had all the heavy snow. No snow tomorrow, but then it starts again Monday, Tuesday. Oh no, that's not true. It starts tomorrow evening. And then snows all day for about 36 hours. Can I have some of your snow? I find your lack of snow disappointing. Okay, so we're going for the diverse. 73% of you said diverse, so we're going to go with that one. We're going to be a very social democratic state, I think. The radicals are being beaten up. The guy who won the war is losing out. Although, it's still pretty close. I wonder if going for the Marines is going to be easier than going for the German East Asian divisions. Although the fact that you are so out of... Oh, okay, that's not good. Let's get you to Saigon. Let's get you to take the train to Saigon, in fact. Linguang Clique declared war on Linguang Clique. Serbian Republic declared war on Bulgaria. The Fourth Balkan War, a country was reborn in the Balkans after the Valkyrie. Greater Bulgaria, the titan of the peninsula. What is it with the Balkans and war all the time? The KMT's party program for developing China plans that only the KMT will be allowed to exist as a full political party for the period of political tutelage and thus the sole political organ for the organisation of the workers' unions, thus placing the Kuomintang's National Labour Union ahead of all of the other unions. As a precondition of syndicalist aid, we have made exemptions from the Chinese Syndicalist Party and several other minor urban syndicalist groups. Should the syndicalist parties be given the exception to the ban of public recruitment in the realm of organising urban labour? Yes. Form a united front with the Chinese Syndicalist Party. No, the National Labour Union allows us to monitor and control the growth of the CSP. Party program for developing China that only the KMT will be allowed to exist as a political party for the period of political tutelage, thus placing Kuomintang's National Labour Union ahead of all other unions. As a precondition of syndicalist aid, we have made exceptions for the Chinese Syndicalist Party and other minor urbans. So this is basically saying everyone has to be united. It's a one-party state. This is a one-party state with factions. Okay, so we're going to have a totally one-party state. We're going to have a one-party state, but with factions within it. That's how I'm reading this. Mordred's a bit like Macron. Sometimes he lets us have a vote, sometimes he doesn't. Today, Kaiserreich being a bit more of a narrative thing. Like, yeah, let's have votes, it's fine. And Ocelot of War wants me to drink some tea. Cheers. What did I think of the new update to Vicky? It's a step in the right direction, but it's not there yet. I especially like the privatized construction system. That overhaul is really positive, but trade is still horrible. Warfare is still horrible. Diplomacy feels like it should be a hell of a lot deeper than it is. Okay, votes are in. And And the true one-party state lost out with 46% of the vote, so the factional one won. So we are again going PAC. Radical socialism grows. Oh, that could have been syndicalism. Oh, a little bit of syndicalism. Wait, did I press the right one there? I have a feeling I didn't. We'll go back 6 days. I need you to back off. It's a second. I got this wrong. Those are the syndicalists. The CSP are the syndicalists. And then the National Labour Union is actually the one party. So we're allowing... Hang on, what's the result again? With factions. So we're allowing it. So it's actually this one. RCA with syndicalist. Kingdom of Spain declared war on Carlist Spain. Ah. CNTFAI, would you like some soldiers? Correction. Would you like a soldier? Do I want to send you? You got like no experience. You are a very good commander. Yeah, this is going to be a good opportunity for you to get some. Did you get out? That's the question. Yeah, you should do. Status of the Whampoa Academy. Throughout the country, the average soldier lacks either the ideological motivation to fight for the ideas of revolution or a genuine lack of training and experience. With his own experiences being betrayed by the warlords such as Chen Chongming, Sun Yat-sen sought to create an army loyal to the revolution and the party, one that would not deviate from the 3 principles of the people, with one heart, one morality. And thus, in the island of Changzhou, known as Whampoa, the Whampoa Military Academy was born. On June 16, 1924, the first class of Whampoa was inaugurated with Sun Yat-sen. Liao Zhongkai is a representative of the Kuomintang, and the rising star Chiang Kai-shek as the headmaster of the academy. Class after class, Whampoa produced capable and intelligent officers trained with modern weapons from Europe and underneath European officers such as the Bolshevik exile Vasily Blikuka. Yet within these halls where comrades bathed and slept together, cliques and factions began to grow, especially as the school welcomed those from the Chinese Syndicalist Party. The defeat of the National Revolutionary Army in 1927 led to the seeming end of the short-lived school, but with the National Revolutionary Government revived, the Central Committee placed immediate efforts to restore the Whampoa Military Academy in the preparation for the NRA's inevitable northern expedition. Leading to the academy as its new headmaster will be Li Zhishen, the veteran of the Jiangfu insurgent zone, with a host of new political instructors trained overseas who will be present, such as He Zhongchan and Hu Zhongnan. In charge of the political department will be the rising star Zhu Enlai, who has made a name for himself in the guerrilla zone. The committee has also approved the Third International military mission to stay in China and will aid the revolution by participating as instructors and advisors of the newly rebuilt NRA. Long live the NRA. Loads of army experience. ANI overthrows the Italian government. After failing in their attempt to take power in the 1937 elections, Italo Balbo and the ANI today overthrew the Italian government following months of insurrection and bombings. Direction of the NRA. Before and during the League War, the National Revolutionary Army adopted guerrilla warfare as its central operation doctrine. In fact, this switch had also broken the Left Kuomintang from the right wing of the NRA. In the Jingzhou insurgent zone, the Kuomintang guerrillas mastered the art of encirclement, speed and surprise. But with the right wing returning to the United Front, the question is how to best organise the NRA. The switch to guerrilla warfare was mainly a form of survival for the nationalist movement. As nationalist territory extends across the eastern coast of China, there is no longer a need to fight purely on the defensive. As such, the inevitable switch from unconventional warfare to conventional warfare has begun. However, within the NRA's strategic planning, a debate has arisen amongst its forces in which style of doctrine the NRA should adopt. Veterans of the Jingfu insurgent zone, such as Deng Yada, Lin Bao and Zhu Jingquan, have argued the unconventional means of the NRA's previous guerrilla war will suit the NRA's needs better. To defeat the much larger Qing and Fentian armies will require an element of speed and encirclement of large forces akin to the guerrilla war fought in the insurgent zone. They have encouraged the doctrine of mass mobilization to develop the notion that the war to unify China will be for the people, the people's war. However, proponents of army modernization have suggested the NRA adopt the centralized command found in the Union of Britain and the Communion of France. This will rely on modern methods of communication such as radios and highly structured command structure to focus on meticulous planning and strikes to coordinate the expedition across the warlords. The generals of the CRS and the Kuomintang's right wing are strong proponents of modernization, citing that China's lack of modern standards is what needs to be reformed if China is to be strong once more. Okay, so that's look to the west or Jianghu insurgency. So this is going to be mostly a decision here. Okay, so we've got the Jianghu insurgency. Insurgent army is removed. Our National Revolutionary Army gains irregular infantry attack, irregular infantry defense, and land night attack. We also get mass production, so infantry equipment becomes cheaper. When we get look to the west, removes insurgent army, gain National Revolutionary Army, which is infantry division attack, infantry division defense, max planning, planning speed, leader experience gain, and we also get the modern art of war, which is a land doctrine cost reduction. Look to the west also gives us close air support. And more max planning, more planning speed, maximum command power, army experience, land doctrine, cost goes down even further. Division training, army experience, division speed, armor attack, armor defense, significant armor attack and defense, artillery attack, mechanized attack, breakthrough and land doctrine. Or we can go legacy of Jianghu insurgency, which is mountaineers, attack, defense and movement. Supply consumption, division training time, infantry equipment and artillery becomes even cheaper. Special forces capacity, special forces attack and defense, irregular infantry speed, damage reduction against CAS, support equipment production cost reduction. So look to the west is planning and eventually mechanized. Legacy of Jianghu is entirely infantry with cheaper supply and eventually special forces for like specialized attacks. So what do we think? Do we want to go for the legacy or look to the west? Do we want to go more guerrilla or more conventional? What do we think is going to be the basis for our military going forwards here? Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. I feel like this is an important one because it actually affects the focus tree. So get your votes in. Or the planning bonus feels very Mordred-like. That is how I like to play. And we'll have the huge army needed to just steamroll people. Whether we'll have the supply, that's another question. It is China. But I also like building infrastructure, so, you know. I feel like one of these is clearly more my style. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. What do you think we should do? Huzzah! Kalinicus coming in with a 32-month Tier 3 resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there, Kalinicus. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so the vote is in. And it was actually a pretty close one. Etiladus tried it with 30,000 channel point investment. Gorillas coming in with 47% of the vote, meaning that it is the conventionals that won out with 53. The conventionals have it. The conventionals have it. Look to the west. Command power, army experience. Oh, command power means I can promote you to a field marshal. So you can then come in. I need to replace you with somebody else because you'll be fighting in CNTFAI. So who's our next best? Fukai is actually pretty good, but he's only an infantry officer. He's not a brilliant strategist or anything. Which actually makes you even better. You're also an army defense expert, which we do kind of want. It's decent. Sun Loren is a brilliant strategist. He's also an urban assault specialist and an organizer. Organizer plus brilliant strategist means he's a very, very good field marshal. He also has 9 points, which is higher than he should have. So does Lin Bao. But his speciality isn't as good. Ling Chuan is more open. And he is the guy that we decided previously to promote. Diane Lan. He is our cavalry guy, right? Yeah, he's the one that we were considering sending. Brilliant strategist armor expert. Especially if we're going west. Mobile warfare doctrine cost. That's a really good choice. Although his skills aren't going to improve that. And do we really want to go mobile warfare? With all the planning stuff, maybe we want to go ground battle plan. He is a very good tank commander though. Yeah, let's get you some experience. Oh wait, I put... Where did I put it? Put him in the wrong place. I literally just took you out of that position. I'm supposed to go here. Okay, establish the propaganda department. What does the Kuomintang stand for? Why die for the blue sky, white sun and holy red earth? These questions must be answered for the average recruit of the National Revolutionary Army, as the average soldier in the Chinese army lacks ideological motivation and conviction. In preparation for the wars ahead, the Whampoa Military Academy was created, the propaganda department, to disseminate propaganda to the masses and to educate the soldiers of the NRA. The propaganda department's uses will not just be limited to the wars of unification. The people of China must be educated in the ideals of the three principles of the people in order to ensure equality and liberty throughout the land. With the creation of the propaganda department, inspired by M.N. Roy and George Hardy, the syndicalist advisors have argued that the political department is to be the greatest political organ of the party. The propaganda department is to create a political newspaper named The Political Weekly and prepare the training of the political commissars to ensure the ideological motivation and excellence of the NRA soldiers. To administer this new important role, the Central Committee has proposed 2 candidates to serve as the head of the political department. So we can either have Dang Yada or Zhu Enlai. Zhu Enlai is already in our government. I have no idea who Dang Yada is. I'm going to choose this based on who the hell they are.
准备完毕，长官。起身。准备。
Oh, Dang Yada's... yeah, he's rubbish. I mean, he's not actually rubbish. That respected war hero stat's pretty good. But it doesn't improve, and that's only on division... well, division attack on core territory. Much of China is going to be core. But that's a army command. What position is that? Oh, Su Yu is Legacy of Jiang Fu. Really? The Grand Battle Plan is the other one? Huh? Oh, we also have superior firepower. Interesting. Remember not to do any doctrines until you've done the army reform decisions. True, thank you. I should probably do some of those. Well, I think I'm going to go with Zhu Enlai here. Just because we actually use him. Speaking of which... army reform costs 100, so we're still a ways off of that. Alas. Report to the Jiangfu government. Song Qingling has been the acting governor of the Fujian province in the Jiangfu zone for much of the last 10 years. Her administration has, through creating a form of locally run one-party democracy, created an alternative vision for how the national revolution can be done that opposes the top-down nature of Wang Jingwei's program. Members of Wang Jingwei's reorganized Comrades Association criticized the idea of Jiangfu program being expanded for all of China as being impractical, but its implementation has proven economically and militarily successful and very popular with the Fujian province locals. It's Fujian again. Who knows? I don't remember what Jiangfu was. Where's that? Nope, I have no idea. This seems to be a completely binary choice, just Jingji, Fujian. So is this. Is basically where we started. Well, we've had no actual interaction with Janfu whatsoever. Oh no, we did. It's here. We did that really late on because it wasn't very useful to us. So, token resolution. It's not something we've really interacted with in a big way. KMT FAI troops have arrived. Glorious. Long Yun secures power in Yunnan. News has arrived today from the Chinese province Yunnan that the interim governor, Long Yun, has finally managed to quell the revolt that sprung out through the mountainous province. Despite all setbacks with the rebellions of both the National Revolutionary Army under Zhu Paid, Kuomintang militias under Liu Han, and warlord forces by Hu Ryu, Long Yun has solidified his position and the bid for governorship has proven successful. Now the Yuk general will be tasked with looking inwards into repairing Yunnan and whipping back into fighting shape. As for what will Long Yun utilize his armies for when looking outwards, time will tell whether his leadership will start another age of Yunnanese hegemony or mark the end of Yunnan as a belligerent province of the region. Okay, you guys are in CNTFAI. Who are we going to bring in as general here? Because actually we were thinking... the armor officer, but he's in the other place. Wang is wasted here, kind of. Let's bring Wang in to CNTFAI with Yu as the field marshal, and then South Africa. Can be Zhang Fukai, maybe? Yeah. So you're just chilling there. You're assisting in the attack on these guys who are out of supplies, so that's just a matter of time. And then you are really a defensive expert. So head there for now until I decide where I actually want you. Review of the War of the Five Provinces. A review of the current status of the National Liberation Zone and its recent expansion out of Janfu after the last campaign has been drafted by the NRA. The consensus of all involved advises caution in moving north against the Jili too soon. A majority of the NRA's old guard favours focusing on reunifying southern China before daring to cross the Huai, but the young guards and their allies in the Zhong Teju, such as He Zhonghan, advise an opportunistic stance towards the inevitable war between the Jili clique and itself or Fentian. So do we want to go north? Basically go straight for Qing? Or do we want to go south and west to go after these guys? South and west or north? I'm going to make this a 2-minute vote because I'm also going to run an advert and quickly take a quick break. So, get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. If you also then need to take a break, then this is your chance to do so. But in the meantime, vote, vote, vote. Get your votes in. Okay, votes are in, and wow, that was pretty overwhelming. Morlikar, thank you very much for the channel point investment, appreciate that. And ultimately it was the North that lost out quite badly, so we're going to go southwest. War support, we remove insurgent army entirely. Oh, that's too bad. That was the one that actually gave us quite a lot of bonuses. Alright, regional unification it is. Conscription crisis in Quebec. French-speaking Canadians have long opposed conscription, viewing the idea of fighting wars on behalf of the British as offensive. Now that the Canadian government has enacted full conscription in the country, the response across French-speaking province of Quebec has been swift. French Canadians have taken to the streets in massive, crippling protests. More trouble in Canada, it seems. This doctrine, that's half price. Okay, it's not 100% reduction, as I was kind of hoping. The election of the new KMT Central Committee. After the series of debates in Congress, Wang Jingwei has secured his control over the Kuomintang and will now serve as the leader of the Republic. He will begin to implement the many reforms that are proposed to modernize our nation into a force that can truly unify this broken country. So RCA remains the ruling party. Chen Gongbo is brought in. He has construction speed and research speed. He's good. And Chairman Wang's policy is always right. Got the advisor. Are you saying I can recruit the advisor now? Oh, there he is. The occupations. Slowly but surely gaining our integration over them. Alright. National focus completed. First repatriated Congress of the KMT. The first party Congress of the KMT ended with the reorganized faction keeping its leadership. After the Congress, the Left Kuomintang's non-socialist faction, led by Sun Fo, blamed the Provisional Action Committee faction under Song's leadership for being too lax during the struggle for the KMT leadership. This led to the long-growing conflicts between them finally breaking out. After a fallout with no resolve, Sun Fo and his followers became angry and left, then declared the establishment of their opposing faction, mostly formed of overseas liberal Chinese. It seems that as the reorganized faction strengthens their control of central power and the tutelage, the Provisional Action Committee's faction chances of gaining power are growing slim. So social liberalism goes up, and social liberal is now called something else. And that's them. Okay, so we can now go here. So Shaanxi cliques meddled with. Annex against Henan, Guangxi. Or we can start doing the industrial bits, which is probably what we should do. We do now have Zhuan Lai, so we can do the propaganda efforts, division recovery rate, war support, radical socialist support for a year. Legal code. By taking the focus, we will raise compliance throughout the territory of the National Revolutionary Government, which will help strengthen our integration efforts. So for a year, we'll gain compliance bonus. If you have Gu Mengyu in charge, then we'll get more staff. Which we do. think we've got to do the industrialization though. Yeah, let's do this. Without the Nationalist Party, there will be no new China. A vast program of extensive state planning and initiatives is necessary to bring China back to the same level as the West. Shenri coming in with a raid. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much for the raid. What's going on here then? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. You really go from the worst tag on the map to probably the strongest, depending on how the rest of the wars go. Yeah, quite possibly. Also, I've got manpower back again. That's good. That's because the compliance is rising. End of the first repatriated Congress. We gain a bunch of political power. Now that the Congress has finally concluded, we must look to reclaiming China for the people. We have a series of reconstruction plans in mind to help our people prepare our industry to unify China, as well as reforms proposed to the Congress to complete. We have quite the task ahead of us that we must now succeed. So, for those of you just joining us, hello, my name is Mordred Viking, and we are currently playing some Kaiserreich as the Left Kuomintang. So we started as League of Eight Provinces, fought against them as the Left KMT, won the Civil War actually pretty handily. We never really struggled at any point. And we are now starting to consolidate our realm. We have got volunteers here in Indonesia, where they are struggling a little bit, although I think we're about to kill these guys. We're in South Africa, which did at one point lose Cape Town, so we're just sitting on it, because they're not able to do any naval invasions apparently. And then we are also here in Spain, where we've just arrived. French Republic declared war on the Uday Empire. And now we can get another designer. We could start working on some of the national character. We could also get another political person. Production efficiency, growth and research speed, perhaps, for example. Stability and compliance gain would also be really good. Our stability stinks, and compliance is important. We need to get those places cored. So I think we're going to bring in Deng Yang Chao. Let's do that. Thoughts on the Vicky 3 patch? It's a step in the right direction, but it's still not there. Yeah. I really like the changes to private construction. The fact that it starts out a heck of a lot earlier and seems to just have more investment. It means that in the early game you can get your country up and running sooner. But trade, warfare, diplomacy are all sadly lacking. But it's on the right path. Heard there are changes to all of the Chinese factions. There is certainly a big change to Shaanxi. They've had, I believe, a full overhaul. Then the other Chinese factions start out all in one big faction and then fragments. And I think there are still mechanics to like recreate that big faction. And then the Civil War has definitely been overhauled because it makes use of Stalin's propaganda mechanics, where you can see morale being a centralized stat, and then the morale of all of your opponents, and the more land you take, the faster your morale goes up, the more land you lose, the faster your morale goes down, with various bonuses linked to that. It's a pretty nice system. Left KMT is my favourite campaign in Kaiserreich. Devs did an outstanding job with the lore in general. I'd agree with that. I mean, with the lore. Don't know if it's my favourite one yet. I haven't got that far. It's not been bad. Okay, that was a big victory. Oops. Let's get a hand against these guys. And let's say probably don't attack against any of those guys. Instead, I think what I will do is set you up. Oops. Excuse me. Okay, you're just hanging out there defending, and I am honestly okay with that. That's a pocket that's going to get closed. Let's get rid of that. Socialists assume full control of Norway. After winning the elections and forcing King Haakon VIII to abdicate, the Socialist Party of Norway has today ratified a new constitution which fully turns the country into a syndicalist state. And they've immediately joined the Third Internationale. Nice. The ACDWF is formed. As the Chinese Revolution continues, the issue of women's rights and the role of women in the national revolution has come around. While conservatives within Kuomintang movement have tended to shy away from the assumption of female inferiority, the leadership of China's first woman chairman has undoubtedly led to a profound popularity of the women's rights movement. During their time in the Jiangfu insurgency, women fought side by side with men, often tending to the wounded as nurses, or in some cases even participating in the fighting. Spearheaded by the elderly figurehead feminist leader of He Jiangning, numerous female leaders and politicians within the Kuomintang have officially declared the creation of the All China Democratic Women's Federation, or the ACDWF. The organisation is not just dedicated to promoting the status of women, but it also has the goal of helping us build a genuinely egalitarian and socialist China, comprised of numerous women's groups and sponsored publicly by Chairwoman Song Ching-ling. The ACWF announced that one of Song's protégés, Kai Chang, is to serve as the organisation's president. A firm believer in women's education and a feminist who's taken the vow of celibacy, Kai Chang left the job as a physical education teacher to join the nationalist movement in 1925. When the Northern Expedition failed, she fled with Song Ching-ling to the Jiangfu insurgency, where she became close with other female nationalists such as Deng Jiangyao. She represents the growing role of women in New China, a China that seeks not only the liberation of the worker and the peasant, but also of womankind. New women for a new China. And I'm now going to put myself a drink. Small typo in the stream title. Kaiserreich. Well spotted. I can change that easily. Nice. And fixed. New women, new China. Gain some political power. Jolly good. And we have new research technology. So we have got 100% research buff, which we are saving for construction. So we should instead go for something else, like maybe newer guns or radio. Radio is pretty big because it gives us the coordination buff and defense and all that good stuff. So let's go ahead with that. Premiere of the Spring River Flows East, directed by Kai Chusheng and Zheng Junli. The Spring River Flows East is a two-part epic movie depicting the hardships of a poor working-class couple in Zhenjiang during the trials and tribulations of the National Revolution. Portraying the corruption that greed and power hold over people, the movie's message has been interpreted by many as a direct attack upon the moderate parties. However, the film has been a smashing success at the box office as well as with critics. I think I might actually turn you guys around and have you help close that pocket instead. Get a bunch of those guys in training. Oh, I forgot we have the division limits, which is going to make it difficult to use the irregulars. Time the computing machine takes a year. That's fine. I mean, you could attempt an attack on Mordred. So, why not? Just make sure you don't get surrounded. Linguang Clique was annexed. Stay in Cape Town. This is fine. You carry on assisting where possible. Revive China program focus is completed. So we can now do the National Reconstruction Commission, which will give us a military factory, unlocks the National Reconstruction Commission decision, and a whole bunch of industrialization decisions. Inspired by proposals drafted by Zhang Rengji, a centrally directed National Reconstruction Commission would be formed by the nationalist government to plan a nationwide program of capital investment standardization. This program will involve multiple independently scaling efforts centered around several major population areas. Standoff in America. A tense standoff has erupted in the United States as elected President Reed fled to the city of Chicago after being forcibly removed from his position by General Douglas MacArthur. From Chicago, Reed supporters have declared MacArthur's government illegitimate, as have the Southern supporters of Huey Long, based in Baton Rouge, and the Pacific governors under the leadership of Governor Frank Marion. All have been given a deadline by MacArthur of 30 days to either stand down or face arrest and execution. Looks like we're going to be able to push you back soon. Germany's Asia does feel really freaking strong. The League of West Wing Writers. Formed in Shanghai while the majority of the Kuomintang was in exile, the so-called League of Left-Wing Writers are a prominent literary force in the world of revolutionary China. Prominent members of the group include Hu Yepin, Ru Shi, Feng Ken, Yin Fu, Ding Ling, and Li Weisen. While the group was initially associated with the robust leftist author Lu Jun, he quickly distanced himself from the group when it became clear he would be sidelined. Many members of the group are syndicalists, owing to Shanghai's own growing leftist and nationalist union movements. Members of the group hold the radical view that art should reflect the lives of the working class, and that art should serve to advance politics, in particular socialism. While not officially associated with nor endorsed by the Kuomintang, they have tended to gravitate towards both the reorganized faction and the Provisional Action Committee. However, recently a notable member of the group, Hu Yepin, has seemingly gone missing. His wife Ding Ling has frantically petitioned government officials, including Song Qingling herself, to inquire about the release of the information pertaining to Hu's disappearance. He was found dead in Shanghai back alley, and although fingers are accusing rival Chinese syndicalist circles, there are also rumours he was kidnapped by members of Dai Chongfang's Sheng Cheng Yu. What an interesting development. I was thinking of something else. What was it? Right, I need to actually think about attacking someone to keep the expansion going before Qing does. Let's do this expansion with something in mind. Let's do you to level 4 and then build a civilian factory there. Demobilizer economy. From partial mobilization? Boo. Offer an alliance to Guangxi. Oh, I see. We need 25 war support. Oh, we need to be at war. We would have been one short. We would have been short regardless of what we did. Well, building that factory is now going to be even slower. The Second American Civil War. To those not in the know, it might seem like a crisis the United States came out of nowhere, but experts agree that this was a civil war years in the making. And they're all declaring war on each other. Now I need to prepare someone to send over to them.
准备完毕，长官。
So you lot should be drilling.
是的，长官。 配合。是的，长官。
The Second International Congress. Yeah, we'll absolutely attend. Gives us some more stability. We're now only 1% away on war support. Unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be anything about this I can do. Public supports party popularity. "1937 Workers' Olympiad. Today, the 1937 International Workers' Olympiad has opened in Birmingham. The ceremony was attended by dignitaries and athletes from the entire socialist world. After a parade through the host city, a mass gymnastics event followed that ended up drawing a crowd of tens of thousands of people. Over the next few days, athletes both local and from abroad will participate in countless events such as athletics, cycling and football. Organised by the Socialist Workers' Sport International, the IWO was conceived as the antithesis of the bourgeois Olympic Games, where theirs are a showcase of elitist competition. Our games are based on mass participation and friendship between our peoples. That difference in conception has sure shown its effect in the attendance numbers. What a glorious day for the working man." Okay, these guys have arrived, so now the next question is, who the hell am I sending? All three of these brilliant strategists would be worthy to send. Although I think the one that is the most interesting in terms of not having any other skills is you. Alright, and then probably sending you over here to try to reunite with New York might be a good move.
准备完毕，长官。
I did too many.
准备完毕，长官
I'll。get rid of one. Oops.
是的，长官。
Okay, meanwhile, in Spain, where the rain falls mainly on the plain, French Republic took one state. Wudai Empire have been annexed. National Reconstruction Commission has been completed. National Dockyard gives dockyards in various places, which then leads to the infrastructure buff. And I feel like that's probably the only infrastructure buff. Yes. Except for the Ganan New Deal, which just gives Ganan 1. Alright, let's do the dockyard. Well, hang on. I would also like to go after Hunan and Guangxi. That will cancel my volunteers. I think so be it.
是的，长官。准备完毕，长官。准备完毕，长官。
And then Guangxi is going to be the one that I focus down first. So that would be a quick way to do this. Probably try to just chop you in half by just straight up going for Guangxi between the two rivers here. And I can still recruit more soldiers, which I think should probably be... more of these. We have the equipment for it, so why not? Okay, then yes, we're going to unite southern Japan. Japan. Southern China. Which gives us a buff against Guangxi, against Hunan, and then against Sichuan, but the Sichuan is time limited. The Kuomintang must control or pacify the rest of southern China before any attempt at a second northern expedition can take place. To this end, the National Revolutionary Army must begin planning expeditions against the remaining independent southern warlords with the intelligence and special operations aid of Zhong Teju. Sichuan's way over there. Okay. How long does this take? 56 days, so about 30 days. I think I will start shifting people across. Hawaii has joined the Entente. The army takes power in the Philippines. Having just achieved independence from the United States, the Philippines face today perhaps one of the most serious challenges any new country could face. Inspired by the combined syndicates of America and Baratia, they didn't fall to our side. Inauguration of the Second International Congress with all the delegates in London. The Second Congress of the Internationale began with a speech by Comrade Eric Blair in a so-called shield and sword speech. Bravo! He underlined the need for the Internationale to double its efforts towards forging the Damocles, a weapon capable of destroying the reactionaries across the world once and for all. Finished in 1914, the Panama Canal is one of the most important trade passageways in the American continent, controlled by the United States until now. League of South Syndicalist Provinces. Yeah, exactly. The First Syndicalist Internationale, held in Paris, dealt with the spreading of the ideology overseas, supporting syndicalist movements and strengthening the ties between existing syndicalist nations, and thanks to the gathering success, the Second Internationale is being called to be held in London. Representatives from the entire world were greeted by a British artillery salute, a Scottish bagpipe chorus, and an overall warm reception. As Europe rolls closer and closer to war, military and economic cooperation between the syndicalists is expected to be the primary topic of discussion, and France and Britain will once again call the shots on the Internationale's policy. Here we go. Improved support. Low popular support becomes insufficient popular support, which increases war support. Takes 50 days though. Oh, we must have ticked over to 25 for a second. Because it reset. Good. But we're going to want to go to war economy. So I don't think I'm actually going to spend any political power. Except maybe this one. Oh, yeah, especially as that has a reduction to compliance gain and stability. You know what? I'll spend the 75. National Reconstruction Commission. With key population centers in China secured, the industrialization of China can begin. We can use the vast amount of manpower in China to fund the program. However, it will take some time for the factories to be built. Austrian Empire declared war on Hungary. I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to withdraw my volunteers from all of these guys right now. Cool. Yes. Cool. Yes. Never even moved. Huh. Okay, so we're going to have all of those guys coming back home. We're going to have the commanders available. And we're going to be in a pretty good position to have everybody ready to fight. The only thing we're lacking is these guys being ready. But I might just deploy them in case we need the manpower. Oh, not the manpower, the boots on the ground. Totalists in the Bharatiya Commune. As the leader of Bharatiya Commune's Maximist faction and is recently elected head of state, Subras Chandra Bose gave a fiery speech to an electrified crowd in Calcutta today, promising that his new totalist government would do whatever it took to deal a death blow to the colonial lapdogs of the Northern Dominion and the decadent oppressors of the Western Princely Federation. Syndicalist revolutionaries in Switzerland. Chaotic reports are coming from the small mountain republic of Switzerland, stating that syndicalist revolutionaries have entered the capital of Bern. Switzerland has long had a problem with syndicalist activism in its western French-speaking regions of Haute-Savoy and Romandy, but never were they given the revolutionary forces act so openly against the government. With the speed and effectiveness of the revolutionary forces, many suspect the direct involvement of the French Commune have long agitated for the cessation of the French-speaking land. While fighting in and around other parts of the country, it seems the syndicalist forces hold the capital for now. Ah, good. So Switzerland went communist. Don Bassos coming in with a 66 month. I was going to say, pretty sure it was more than 29 months. 66 month resub. Very much appreciate the ongoing support there. Whoop whoop. Anniversary time. Hello everyone. How are you all doing? I myself am doing okay, but how is everyone else doing? Alright, so all of the volunteers are home. They're all infantry division, so they're all going to join that. Field Marshal is going to be given to UU. This is going to be... a good question. Wang Wao Yu, because you're the defensive guy, that's right. You need to be someone a bit more aggressive. So maybe Sun Liren. Diane Lan, I think, is going to be the cavalry commander. Yeeting! Yeet the fleet! Oh no, Fakui is also good, isn't he? Yes, and he's the defense expert. I actually quite like him. Oh, he's already an advisor. No, yeah, that's what that thing means. Yeah. Except he's not a brilliant strategist. But he already has 11 points. Yeah, he's good. And then you are going to be the tank guy. There we go. Switzerland has joined the Third Internationale. Following the syndicalist revolution in Switzerland, the temporary government has decided to join the Third Internationale, formalising the already close relations between the Commonwealth of France and the Swiss Confederation. The fall of Madrid. Reports from Madrid confirmed the Spanish city has been captured by advancing Carlist troops after long merciless fighting through the hilly terrain of the old city. 1937 Dutch elections. The Netherlands has traditionally been one of the most politically stable nations in Europe, and the Dutch people have for years been entrenched in their own institutional pillars. The ruling CNA, an electoral bloc made of conservative and confessional parties, won the election with a tiny minority. Unwilling to rule alone, they invited the liberal LSP party into the coalition. Good. So we're not going to have a crazy Holland. Kingdom of Spain was annexed. I think we may have a CNT FAI victory here. I know I participated strongly to that. Reports from Gibraltar confirmed the fortress had been captured by anarchist troops after rapid landings and skirmishes along the coast. Just hope they haven't overextended. Yeah, we're easily going to be in position. The only thing is we may not have all of the planning preparation ready. You can get offensive doctrine, which you're 100% should. No, you can't, because... Ah! We have the negative! Mustafa Kemal seizes power, fed up of the constant bickering in the Ottoman chambers of deputies, and hindered by conservative and often royalist opposition. The Grand Vizier used recent domestic events to centralise power around the position of the Grand Vizier. The maintenance of public order decree issued in times of great crisis already led to the creation of various tribunals. And there we go. Unite Southern China is done. We need another focus. Western expedition, that is against Sichuan and Yunnan, which we're not going to do just yet. I almost think... Oh no, we want this. The extra infantry combat. Yes, we definitely want this. Look to the west. Any new Chinese army needs to be founded again on the first principles as a modern force. While we should try to maximise the number of units raised for war, our equipment procurement and plans for expansion should prioritise creating new and modern forces that are not just superior to the haphazard divisions of the warlords, but equal in quality to those of the Western powers. Okay, I'm going to save. I already did, never mind. And then I'm going to declare war on Guangxi. And I'm going to declare war on Henan. Go, go, go! This initial wave doesn't seem to be going quite to plan. Colonial reform in Middle Africa. For years, the elaborate web of German colonies in Central Africa have proven to be an enigma to many outside observers. Oh, we did push there. How's my infantry corps doing? That's the main question. Oh, you guys are actually pushing quite hard. Good. That's the important bit. In which case, I'm actually going to say, you lot stop. We got the radio. Good. That's all going nicely. I don't actually think I'm going to get to that one ahead of time. So let's go ahead and get concentrated industry. Cavalry should be down here. Now you're attacking in all directions, that's better. And over here I basically just want you holding. Just bleed them. Fall of Burgos. Reports from Burgos confirm the Carlist temporary capital has been captured by advancing anarcho-syndicalists. Wow, we made such a huge difference over there apparently. Go us! Definitely entirely due to the one Chinese division that we had fighting in China. Completely down to that. I can't war economy because man, my war support is bad! And it should feel bad. Well, in that case, I may as well just industrialize. But where the regular infantry are fighting, they're doing really well. It's just that they're in limited locations. There we go. Now we have more. We may well run out of artillery during all of this though, so once we have some of these industries going... Oh, I can only industrialize one at a time. That's a bit annoying. We'll be able to start producing some artillery. The fall of Gwangju. After fierce house-to-house fighting, National Revolutionary Government forces captured Gwangju early this morning, often known by the name Canton internally. The port city is South China's largest industrial and commercial hub outside of Hong Kong, and its loss will be a serious setback to the Guangxi clique war effort. Although the city's docklands and narrow alleyways seem secure, rumours speak of organising resistance in the Baiyuan Mountains of the north, and from there perhaps an attempt to retake the city. South China and Guangdong in particular are known for their resistance to outside control, be it from Beijing or elsewhere. Holding the city could be more than Wang Jie bargained for. Well, that's some ominous warnings. Let's make sure this pocket gets closed quickly. And let's put all of the greens over on that side. That another attack while we have the capabilities. We have guns, we have artillery, we have loads of support equipment because I just haven't used it. I'm kind of hoping that I'll be able to steal a bunch of stuff off of Guangxi once we get them capitulated. Gustav V of Sweden abdicated the throne. In a press release in front of Stockholm Palace today, His Highness Gustav V shocked the world by stating he's abdicating the throne of Sweden, dissolving over 115 years of rule by the House of Bernadotte. His Highness is quoted as saying, "The elected representatives of the Swedish people have found it necessary to request my abdication. This is not a decision I take lightly, but I will not oppose the will of the people. The Swedish royal family has been permitted to maintain residency in the country, but must forfeit all royal titles. Members of the royal family, including Gustav's own son and grandson, have chosen to flee the country rather than give up the titles. The ruling SAP has, in the king's stead, appointed their leader, Per Albin Hansson, as president of the new Swedish Republic. The future of Sweden seems uncertain." Hansson was their historical leader. I mean, this technically kind of could have happened. Something similar. You know what? I'm going to halt all of your attacks, because right now I just need you to hold the line while these guys deal with the this pocket. Because it does look like we've actually caught a really significant number of their troops in here.
继续前进！走。
I kind of wish that this focus didn't just give me those bonuses and instead made them as decisions. Because it just seems unlikely, like Chongqing and what was the other one? Yunnan. You can't get to until you've defeated these two. And this is China. War's not exactly quick. Infantry leader. Yes, I think I want you to be an infantry expert, except we don't have any command power, because what is command power? Apparently it doesn't exist. Right, what is it that's costing me at all? That. Germany East Asia took 2 states, Indochina was annexed. Damn. Indochina seem to have done really badly this time around. I feel like they usually put up a way better fight than was displayed here. Well, these units are getting a lot of experience at least. There we go, Carlist Spain was annexed. Indo-Chinese revolution defeated. Despite ferocious guerrilla warfare from the Viet Minh troops, the German army has managed to thwart the Viet Minh revolt in Indochina. The leaders of Indochina, hiding in the plains of reeds after the central government evacuating from Saigon, are assumed dead after the German troops launched a thorough sweep. Sweden's joined the Third Internationale. Chongqing declared war on Hunan. That helps. A whole bunch of you guys are about to withdraw. Denmark joined the Reichspakt. Spanish Civil War is over. The Spanish Civil War is finally over, and it seems that much of the Iberian Federation has emerged triumphant. Austria took 16 states. Hungary has capitulated. Factories. Oh wow, I'm actually getting quite a few. I'll have a military factory, please. And I'm assuming that's... Nope, that's not because of this. Huh. Oh, it's because of compliance, I assume. Yeah, now compliance is getting pretty decent. Good, good, good. We're closing this pocket way slower than I'd kind of hoped. Seeing some success down here, but not nearly as much as I really wanted. See if I can get some lend-lease from our buddies over here. Nope. Nope. Probably already investing in the other big wars, although Iberian Federation is done, so that's one less war going on. Also, I haven't had any volunteer options. Dare to Die Corps. Organization up. Irregular army organization up. Resistance target to a state occupied by the enemy up. Could also restore the academy, which is army leader. Army experience gain, army leader cost, daily command power, multiplier. We need this. The old military academy in Whampoa was officially de-established after the German intervention in China-occupied Guangdong province in 1925, but its staff, records, and other resources all survived and are currently spread across the world. We are now in a position to refound the Republic of China Military Academy and begin training our officer corps independent of other powers. Also, we're getting pretty close to army experience to get the reforms, which will really help us in this fight. probably more than most of the other things we can do. Which is why I'm kind of okay just throwing troops at our enemies. Okay, now as long as we keep these guys fighting, they're not going to be able to recover organization. There's nowhere to retreat to. And this probably is half of Guangxi's army that we are now killing. So we'll be able to go after Guangxi in a pretty big way after this. We're about to cut you off. Yep, now we have an artillery shortage. That's not good, because these guys are going to perform less and less well. As a result, might need to change some of them into just regular infantry divisions. But I'm not going to have the army experience for that, because I need to spend it on the army reforms. The Venetian Revolt, with the recent electoral victory of the right-wing and vehemently anti-Austrian ANI party in the Italian Republic, there's been open sedition in the Veneto region by moderates opposed to the new government. Can the Queen of the Republic survive? That is the question.
是的，长官。
So Changsha's there. It's not exactly a long way off. Lend-Lease! Hey, Sweden! Yucatan capitulated. That's in Mexico. War between Hui and the Buddhists. The tensions in Yushu between the Markleek and Tibet have exploded once again in the northwest. This comes after months of instability in both belligerents could only be resolved by a common external enemy. Now we're popping the helmet. Serbia and Bulgaria have made peace. That is a Bulgaria peace, isn't it? Yes. Pocket shut. Second pocket shut, and there we go. And they are down to just, what, 8 divisions? I have 17 of my infantry alone. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you predominantly against Guangxi. I just want you pushing across. $64,000 casualties now because of that. Portugal join the Entente. I'm going to have you stop attacking. Except for that one spot.
继续前进！继续前进！
And we can do a reform. Formed in the needs of the waning days of the old Qing Empire and moulded by the experience of the war era, warlord armies are almost feudal in nature, organised by bands of regional strongmen. Our army is frequently criticised for its low quality, with some officers accused of being incompetent at everything except enriching themselves. We must strive for more than this, especially if we wish to stand for anything greater. So it'll take us 200 days, but we'll get rid of the warlord era inadequacies and have instead be systemic military shortcomings. We can also go ahead and industrialise another province. Let's go with Enching. Sure. 500,000 manpower. We are continuing to establish ourselves. More cannon, more cannon. Okay, so we're getting artillery lend-leases, which is very nice. So now we're going to try to get ourselves a little bit of planning preparation, and then we'll launch another attack. Restore the academy. Done. So military affairs will get that penalty even lower. Naval experience gain or air power. I think I'm probably going to go with the Military Affairs Commission. With the expansion of the NRA into multiple branches in multiple front regions, a new central command overseeing all of the theatres of the revolution must be established. Though a formality, this commission should ensure that all decision makers are on the same page about our capabilities. Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization declared war on Serbia. Okay, you guys are very nearly ready. Mongolia declared Ramah. Good enough. Begin! Green everywhere, that's what I like to see. Concentrated industry, I would say go for another one. Let's get our industrial output going. We're up to 22 factories. We need 30 to get the next research slot, which is doable. Also, they're defending a big river here. Once we're across that river, their defenses are going to crumble, and we're across. We should be getting a ton of experience. Yeah, look at that go up. Oh yeah. Oh, I have trains. Cool. Still need more, but we have some. You know what? Actually, the next thing I want you guys to produce is trains. No, no. I don't even know what a train is. Never mind. I need to research that. Once those guys are finished. Must remember to research trains. Argentina declared war on the Patagonian Workers' Front for 2 decades. That's not it. It's about Russia. For 2 decades, the Russian Republic was seen as a secondary power on the global stage, dismantled after the Weltkrieg. It could no longer pose a threat to German political hegemony in Eastern Europe, nor to Japanese ambitions in the Pacific. Since then, however, Russia has rebounded and once again lays down its ambitions. Russian diplomats have officialized a military and economic alliance, claiming to unite all of the nations in Eurasia not aligned with either Germany or the Internationale, although everyone is well aware that this Moscow Accord is merely an extension of Russia's sphere of influence. Russia is once again on the world stage. The Chilean-Argentinian War, there it is. Tensions have been running high between the two regional powers for years now as the ideological differences drove the nations further and further apart. Troubling development. Venice was our next. Too bad. They tend to run out of infantry equipment about now. Well, judging by the strength of some of these units, yeah. So Henan's definitely proving to be a bit more of an obstacle, but we do have our best troops going after Guangxi at the moment. Fortunately, we have to go all the way over here to Nanning. But one thing we should do is this. In fact, I'm going to cancel your current job. I'm just going to say cover that whole front and just do this. You can get aggressive assaulter. Yes, I would like you to get aggressive assaulter. No, I want you to get an offensive doctrine for the extra attack. Right, because I get command power now. Huzzah! Zhang Puqiu wounded.
是的，长官。是的，长官。
Which is unfortunately my main combat general. Damn. Who else has good attack? Suliran. You guys keep focusing over southwards, please. The Greens can continue eroding that, but that's not their ultimate objective. We still have guns, that's good. Could probably do with better industry, but that's something that'll come. Part of the reason I'm fighting this is that I can start developing my industry earlier. Speaking of industry, 12 days until we can get the next factory. Paraguay declared war on Argentina. Joe's gonna fall soon. We should just defend so we don't get pushed back. You go ahead and just take all of that stuff out. In fact, where's the cavalry?
是的，长官。
That'll be a good cavalry job. Because I don't think they have any soldiers down there. Soon find out, I guess. Five, 4. Meanwhile, we have civilian factories, so I guess we continue with the infrastructure. Now we're starting to get some bigger industrial locations. Let's go ahead and upgrade you to level 4. South African People's Union joined Third International. This is going to be a really big 3i. We seem to be getting a lot of people joining us. Switzerland, South Africa, Sweden, Norway. Oh, CNTFAI. In fact, I think the only one that we haven't got is Indonesia. Military Affairs Commission complete. Sanmin Political Commissars. Let's just double down on that. The national revolution that we are fighting for is not just a series of military campaigns, but a social and political revolution. We must make sure that our officers make field decisions in accordance with the 3 principles of the people and our political goals. To this end, the party has assigned political commissars to military units, both for education in Sanmin ideology and to advise the officers in political affairs. Ooh, 15% experienced soldier loss reduction. That's also good. That's like free field hospitals. Although it's not trickleback, I guess. Okay, let's work on Jinan. Man, these army reforms are slow as hell. Your job's done. Good. And yes, Portugal yoinked Galicia. I did see that. Nanning's about to pull. I think that's going to be the end of Guangxi. Oh no, they brought some troops in. That's cheating. Shah's also being hit hard. You stop attacking so you can resist that attack more. Austria-Hungary federalizes. For the past few decades, the Austro-Hungarian Empire has decentralized authority from Vienna and Budapest, most prominently with the creation of Illyria in 1927. Now the process has taken another great leap forward to the creation of the Danubian Federation. Still have surplus guns, so we're actually maintaining supply with just 5 factories on this. Artillery is what we're lacking. The attack on Nanning will be done soon. I think this was a good move. Basically just removing targets from Qing and taking the land for myself. Collins ousted from office. Michael Collins' time as President of Ireland has finally ended. Collins was accredited with... Oh, that's good. A major role in gaining Ireland's independence from Britain. Guangzhou nationalist government has capitulated. Good news, everyone. They have no navy to take. Cool. And another military factory, which is definitely going to go to artillery. And considering how much tungsten we have, it is a crazy amount of tungsten. Maybe I should go more artillery heavy. Although we also have manpower. Do my CBs against these guys end at any time? Oh, has it ended already? Oh, damn. Well, no, I don't have those yet. In fact, to get those, you have to do this. So why does it give you the attack bonuses against Chongqing and Hunan with this one? That's silly. Damocles Project. German spies have recently uncovered the papers of research and development program sponsored by the members of the Third International, dubbed the Damocles Project. In case you're a speedrunner, that doesn't make any difference. You still don't have the ability to actually declare war on them until later. Atomic LH, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Positive manpower? What's that? I know, and it keeps going up. I'm at war with multiple enemies and it keeps rising. It's weird, I don't like it. Okay, some of the purples are starting to arrive on the front line positions now, that's good. And I think I'm going to do a bit of a weird thing. I'm going to make some more of these. I need another 7. Iberian Federation joined the Third International, so I'll have 24 of them and 24 of them. That's good. Now I'm short on stuff. Concentrated industry. Soft attack for all infantry plus 30%. That's a pretty big buff. Should probably... No, wait. trained. Choo choo! Thank you, chat. Saw that after I made that decision, but thank you. Division limit certainly climbed. Oh, geez, yeah, it has. Nice. 28 factories. 2 more, and then I can get the research slot. No longer get the effects of Southern War preparations. Yeah, so it really only lasts long enough to kill these two. I think that's a scripting error. I think the second set is supposed to come with that second focus. I have 1 stability. Magnificent. Rising beautifully. There we go. Send in political commissars. How many factories do they have? 7. Wow. Ooh, military police. Can finally use up some of the support equipment I've been sitting on. Do I think I'll win this in 10 days? No. Maybe? Actually? 4 days. The infantry unit's the one that's getting smacked the hardest. And then that irregular I don't think will last very long once we get to it. They got reinforcements. I don't want to waste more time. Alright, let's get the Special Methods Division. As we liberate more and more provinces of China from the warlords and the nobles, those that benefited from the regimes will inevitably resist us. To overcome this, we'll train and deploy specialized commissars to deal with the reactionaries behind the lines. Yeah, now I've done the lion's share of the participation, so I should be able to take everything in the peace deal. Song at Midnight, a new film has emerged within Chinese cinemas. This new cinematic masterpiece, which has been declared China's first horror film, is directed by the leftist-leaning director Ma Zhu-Weibang. It draws influence from 1923 American film The Hunchback of Notre Dame and the 1910 French novel La Fantôme de l'Opéra. Critics of the film have pointed out that the anxious tone to the horror genre seemed to emulate the very anxiety the Chinese people hold in regard to the ever-changing political landscape of the land. Furthermore, the film's leftist and nationalist characters have led the Kuomintang officially endorsing the film. Starring the handsome actor Jin Shan as Song Danping and the beautiful actress Hu Ping as Li Zhaojia, Song Danping's lover, the film is set in a dark and stormy night in 1926. A group of actors arrive at a demolished theatre and begin practicing their show. One night, the play's lead, Sun Jiao, requests to practice his parts by himself, but he struggles with the lines. As he continues to rehearse, a mysterious voice suddenly leads his voice to the actor, helping him learn the lines. The actor decides to seek out this benevolent angel and finds the voice belongs to none other than the famed actor Song Danping, who thought was deceased. In flashbacks, Danping reveals that prior to acting, he'd been a revolutionary in the Second Revolution against Yuan Shang Shikai. After the revolution's failure, he fled into hiding and fell in love with Li Zhaojia. Danping's rival, Tang Jun, however, has Danping tortured and attacked with acid. Embarrassed and ashamed of the visceral scars, Danping flees into hiding once more, which drives Zhaojia into insanity. He spends his nights in the theatre alone and hidden, comforting a mentally unstable Jia Jia. In the present day, the actor troupe makes it their show and presents it to none other than the theatre's owner, Tang Jun. Tang takes a liking to Sun's girlfriend and tries to seize her when Sun fights back. In the struggle, Sun's lover dies, but Damping emerges out of hiding to fight Tang Jun. The theatre viewers see Damping as a monster due to his disfigured face and attempt to chase him with torches. The film ends with Damping jumping to his death while Xiao Xia finally regains her sanity. Someone pass me a tissue. A lot of spoilers for the film. Yeah, true. That's literally Phantom of the Opera. Also true. This is why I watch streams. If I played, I would never read that. I wish I would, but I don't. Agrarian revolt. Mahatma Chandra Gandhi has been an advocate of resistance to the brutal Maximist regime of Subhas Chandra Bose in the Bharatiya Commune, and while he has long sided the resistance, most long stated that resistance must be peaceful, the patience of those within the Agrarian Party have apparently come to an end. The new agrarian leader, Nirmal Kumar Bose, issued a call for the Maximists to be toppled by force, and insurrections immediately began to spread throughout the nation. Gandhi, saddened at the violence about to be committed in his name, is elected to retire from public life. There we go. Bharatiya Commune. Civil War. Now I can look at some of the teams. Yunan's actually putting up a damn good fight. Caused a lot of casualties, considering. There we go, Changsha finally fell. Not enough to capitulate them, though. Not yet, anyway. Have to take Changde as well. That's really swung the participation in my favour, though. Good, good, good. Meanwhile, army reform in 50 days, industrialise Yuhai. Let's get that going. Now I'll be able to concentrate a lot more force, but these guys are actually putting a remarkable... Wow. A lot of defense. Actually a lot of soft attack too. Insulindia declared war on the Dutch East Indies. The other thing is I need to bring Fakui back, now that he's no longer injured. Because he's the one that I really want to have gaining the experience. You've just hit level 4, good stuff. Insulindia National Revolution. And Russia's going ham. Insulindia has been one of the oldest European colonies, coming under the rule of the Dutch government in 1800 and the rule of the Dutch East India Company far earlier. This state of affairs may not last much longer, however, as amid a background of growing instability and anger against Dutch colonial overlords, Sukarno, one of the most influential figures in the Insulindian independence movement, led an armed uprising to drive out the colonial forces and declared the beginning of the Insulindian National Revolution. Another blow to European power. Yes, Sweden, I would love to have some more artillery, thank you. Actually doing a counter-attack. It's brave. I think at this point though, what I might do is pull these guys back. Oh no, supply here is fine. Never mind. Right, because we have the railroads from Changsha. We're good. Hear me out. We have no stability because we have too much manpower. Seems legit. Ah, the Greens don't actually have an objective. Let's fix that. You can get Army Offense Specialist, which I think is probably what I need you to do. Now, unfortunately, Army Planning is planning speed, it's not... the other one. Oh, command power, god damn it. Nicaragua joined the Revolutionary Front. And we could now do this. That's 481 days, never mind. All infantry, breakthrough, and hard attack. Breakthrough means more smashy smash. Guatemala's joined the Revolutionary Front. Okay. "27 days, and then that first stage army reform is done. I think it's a multi-stage thing. Liao Zhongkai dies. Early this morning, in the company of his family, the KMT veteran and revolutionary hero Lai Zhongkai passed away in his sleep. Many of the leading figures of the KMT attended his funeral, including the current KMT leader, Wang Jingwei. While the KMT members are mourning his death, Chen Gongbo, one of Wei Jingwei's assistants and political allies, inherits Liao's place and announces that he will carry on Liao's legacy and continue the struggle of the revolutionary career. And we got the special division. And now I can do Academia Sinica. To better foster the development of our native scientific capabilities, the KMT must commit to creating and sponsoring our own academic research institutions. Long proposed but never enacted, the fully established Academia Sinica will be the center of these efforts. The Black Tsar! Having ruled Russia for over a year, Minion Wrangel's inner circle believed he would retire. He should restore the Tsardom of Russia. Accepting his advice, Peter Wrangel was crowned Tsar of the restored Russian Empire. While this comes as a surprise to many, others believe this was always Wrangel's plan. Didn't Kornilov take it, though? Nope, Wrangel's in charge. I feel like that's an error, though. Because after Kerensky, Kornilov took power. Is it worth adding MP? Yes, because it makes suppression go better. Which I think increases the speed of collaboration. And I have this special police unit ready anyway. And support equipment is what it costs, and I have loads of it. So we'll go ahead and do that. Crossroads. A new slapstick comedy has emerged from the theatres from director Shen Jiling and starring Bai Yang and Zhao Dan. While comedic in nature, critics have pointed out that the film seems to take on political undertones in regard to the instability of Chinese politics and the rising threat of Japan. It begins in the dock of Shanghai, where college graduate Zhu is contemplating suicide, when his friend Zhao, played by the notable Zhao Dan, leads him back to their apartment. We learn that these friends are unemployed in Shanghai as a result of the financial fiasco of Black Monday that severely depleted the city's economic strength. Meanwhile, a female graduate, Yang, played by Bai Yang, moves next to Zhao as Zhao finds a job in Mingguo, Ribao of Kuomintang. A light-hearted feud breaks out between the two neighbours. However, it's come to light the romance between Zhao and Yang suddenly ends with Yang announces Zhao one day she's leaving Shanghai as the factory that she's been working in has closed down. Zhao tries to convince Yang to stay, but she decides to leave anyway. Zhang's friend, who recognises their romance, invites Yang to stay in Shanghai. Zhao finds that he himself is out of work. He meets Yang and the two read the newspaper that Zhao's friend Zhu had indeed committed suicide. Promising not to be weak like Zhu, they march off to the sunset, optimistic of a hopeful future. That's so humorous, yeah. It's never an error to have Wrangel in charge. That's true. I'm just surprised, that's all. But I shouldn't be, because it's inevitable. What's the participation at this point? 81. Still, we lost 19,000 troops, which isn't amazing. Can we please attack Changde? Guess you're trying to take that so you're not going across the river, but still. More Feldkannon! Ducksnicket. Except that wasn't that, that was Britain, wasn't it? Oh, it was Norway. It was Sweden's flag. What's that? Croatia has cancelled their land lease. That's unfortunate. Oh, now they took... Oh, no, we've taken it. We just need to keep on attacking. We have so many reserves, I don't really care if we seem to be losing initially. Speed for this is going to be too slow. $19k, that's Boy Scout troop in China. Yeah, but it's more the guns I'm worried about. Ikhwan Revolt. Openly declaring their revolt for the restoration of the true Islamic rule as defined by the Wahhabist preachers, a coalition of various Arab tribal leaders have bound together in opposition to the suzerain, in the hopes of breaking the central power of the state and restoring the decentralized fiefdoms of old. Left KMT military reforms complete. The first steps in reforming our military is underway, with the creation of a centralized bureaucracy to coordinate logistics, supply and payments. A commission to handle this project was established, with trusted men, supposedly handpicked by Wang Jingwei, taking this task with stride. This lays the foundation of future army reforms critical for bringing our forces to the modern era of war. Our armies triumph even off the battlefield. Do it again. That didn't take long. Russia took 7 today. Its Alash order has capitulated. The Union of Brazil is... I've never seen syndicalist Brazil. Wow. Uproar over diplomatic overtures with syndicalist Chile caused a deep constitutional crisis and resulted in a coup by members of the military who thought the ED was sliding into socialism. However, the coup was short-lived and the army loyalists were arrested or exiled most of their leadership. Even further, these officers have proclaimed the Union of Brazil a syndicalist government. For after seeing the sweeping progress Chile made in its military since the revolution, many more officers lean towards the left. Now the Union will hold its first Congress of Trade Unions and will convene to choose which path Brazilian socialism will take. Upon the news arriving, the so-called Union of Brazil being proclaimed, multiple state governors are now openly rebelled and will seek to restore the United States of Brazil to a democratic state. This isn't the third Internationale, this is the Red Flood. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I have a feeling that this might turn out to be a relatively easy game. So basically what we need is for Russia not to attack Germany. Otherwise it will be a complete pushover. So we'll declare more bar here, Grand Sol. And there we go, we got our 4th research slot, which for China is amazing. 4 research slots in 1938? Yes, please. New guns? New guns. Dare to Die Corps, Division Organization, Irregular Infantry Organization. Let's do it. The Chinese soldier shall not fear death. No, he will embrace it for the sake of national salvation. After the Qing were first overthrown in 1911, thanks to the efforts of the revolutionary martyrs who were willing to die for their beloved nation, we will encourage the creation of such battalions. Volunteers who are willing to fight for extra rations, extra cash to scale enemy walls and positions with the end goal of encircling enemy armies. Mark Leake took out Mongolia. Ministry of Education. As the start of the National Reconstruction Plan, a fundamental tenet of Kuomintang's reconstruction policy is to promote literacy and champion the idea of Sun Yat-sen's 3 principles of the people. Under a near unanimous vote, the Ministry of Education is to be expanded significantly along the premier institution of revolutionary academia, the Academia Sinica. Kai Yuanpai hopes to sponsor the growth of Western-styled education in Chinese society. The former Chancellor of Peking University was long admired the European model, such as that of the French schooling system, and hopes to emulate the French method. The planned Ministry of Education is to divide itself into the following departments: the Councillor's Office, the Secretariat, the Department of General Affairs, the Department of Higher Education, Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, Department of Social Education, Department of Mongolian and Tibetan Education, to promote the 3 principles with the ethnic groups. Furthermore, committees on specific forms of education like medicine, as well as the preservation of historical relics, will also be created. Finally, the Academia Sinica will be expanded. In addition to its administration, it will be expanded to include the Institutes of Physics, Chemistry, Engineering, Geology, Astronomy, History, Philosophy, Meteorology, Chinese Literature, Education, Archaeology, Psychology, Social Sciences, Zoology, and Botany. See you at school on Monday. How's North America doing? It's a good question. Have you united? You've united with New York. USA is dead. El Salvador is actually dead. And we've got the train. Choo-choo! PSA looks like it's doing alright. AUS isn't doing terribly. I think it's actually mostly the USA that's been taking the beating. And we have got a lot of factories now. Formation of Central America. Central America has long been divided, the various nations under heavy American influence ever since the Federal Republic of Central America dissolved nearly a century ago. You know what we haven't seen? Belgium. Belgium didn't have a revolution. In yet another victory for the forces of the left, the traditionally moderate Netherlands has gone the way of the British and French and fallen to socialism. The country has been in chaos since the burning of the Binnenhof in The Hague by syndicalist Marinus van der Lubbe, which caused the government to declare a state of emergency. After a leftist mutiny in a small navy vessel and subsequent revolt in Groningen province in the north, revolutionary sentiment quickly spread and army units defected. Yeah, Germany is doomed. This is going to be such a ridiculously short Weltkrieg. Republicans win the Greek referendum. Interesting. Monarchist coalition re-elected in Poland. At least Poland didn't fall to socialism either. For 4 years, the young kingdom of Poland has been a political battleground. Conservatives, progressives, socialists, nationalists, and friends and foes of Germany alike are all struggling in the backdrop of Black Monday. Backdrop of Black Monday. And how's this going? Still more than a year. Could upgrade our artillery. Chongqing declared war on Tibet. Muscat emerged. Come on, Chengde. Finally fall. It's time! Russia took 4 states, Turkestan has capitulated. Khiva. Oh gosh. How is this one province holding out so well? Especially now that my infantry division should actually have decent organization. Actually, no, they don't. Why is that so low? They used to have 60. Thought. Meanwhile, we do have more infantry ready to join the fray. Kara. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to remove these guys from the front, because I have a feeling that they are part of the reason why we're struggling. So using up supply. Actually. Let's do that. Take the train. Go on, get out of here! And I have another focus. Oh, which is timed out. Damn it! Max planning factor, planning speed, command power, land doctrine cost. I think I'm going to go for this. Armoured vehicles have been sparse in Chinese warfare, but regardless of her opinion, that will not be for long. As a matter of national security, the Nationalists should be the first faction in China to study, perfect and introduce motorized vehicles and tank warfare into the Chinese theatre in mass numbers. Okay, looks like we're hitting that pretty hard now. I'm guessing we're... Actually, gun shortage isn't too bad. It's mostly just the artillery shortage, which is going to be where the majority of our damage was coming from, I guess. Well, we're upgrading them. And we're going to get anti-air in case we need it later on. Dutch East India took 4 states. East India has capitulated. Oh, sorry, Dutch East Indies. There's no supply over here, that's part of the problem. And it's not like these guys have been getting their organization back, because they have to pass through here. And it looks like Hunan are dealing with those guys, or at least pinning them. Chiang Wai-kuo commissioned. Ethiopia declared on Somalia. With the formation of the Mechanized Warfare Study Commission, an exiled man skilled in mechanized warfare has arrived, none other than Chiang Wai-kuo, the alleged son and former Generalismo Kaiserreich. Although many within Kuomintang suspect him of being the biological son to the leading right-wing ideologue, Dai Jitao, Chiang Wai-kuo has just returned from the Union of Britain, where he studied under the British tank advocates such as B.H. Little Hart and Percy Hobart. As the National Revolutionary Army lacks many officers and generals who are experienced in armoured and mechanized warfare, Chiang Wai-kuo eagerly accepted a new post as a freshly commissioned general of the NRA's new armoured and motorized detachments. He will help the new doctrine. Morcone is gone, fall of Santiago. After a long and grueling campaign fighting all across the Andes Mountains, the Argentine flag flies proudly over La Monde Palace. Alright, is he any good? No. I mean, he's got 1 extra planning, but that's it. And he does have armor thingy, but this guy's better at it. Being a brilliant strategist and all. New guns. I would definitely like you to upgrade to that. Force concentration. Du Yunming becomes a general, division training time, experience gain, division speed goes up. We also gain all of the buffs to our armor. Every unit leader. More attack and defense. I want that one. No. Let's get this one first. Because I don't think it carries forwards. They cannot deter our advance. From afar we shall launch coordinated artillery strikes upon the enemy, followed by a swift armoured cavalry and infantry, moving in near utmost tandem with only the most disciplined of China's infantry leading the charge. By applying such overwhelming advancing force upon our enemies, we shall break even the firmest of enemy lines. None can withstand the impending national revolution. Shall I? Also, better guns. And, well, man, and a research slot was unused too. Get that. All of Washington, syndicate militias have advanced towards and captured the symbolic capital of the United States, Washington, D.C. They stormed the Capitol building and met strong resistance, but eventually they broke through, and the flag of the Combined Syndicates of America now flies over the U.S. Capitol. Let's have time. More factories. What are we short on? Now we're starting to pull a bit short on infantry equipment. Let's go ahead and do this. Rio Grande do Sul was annexed. The Chile-Fentian War. Qing declared war on Fentian. Oh man! At least Qing didn't try to push southwards at all. How bloody long has this war been going on? 85,000 men have died now. 85,000! Have I done a German campaign in this update? No. Russia declared war on Finland. Once this falls, this will become a lot easier. So long as it falls to us. Japan announces her ambitions. There we go. Nowhere to run to. Oh, now they're popping off. Having taken our first steps towards improving the quality of our army, another initiative soon followed. Localized units have been broken up and redistributed, with some officers outright expelled for corruption. Training similarly has been revamped from the ground up to bring our forces up to speed with modern techniques. There have been plenty of grumbling from members of the old guard, particularly those who benefited from the regional nature of our old forces. However, this patchwork model, while sometimes more effective in the early days of the Warlord era, has no place in the future of our military. Our armies triumph even off the battlefield. Reactionary uprising crushed in Brazil. With the end of the revolt and the surrender or exile of the involved state presidents, the Union of Brazil cemented its position of power. However, the conflict has left its scars, and already cries of both amnesty and treason echoes across the nation. Force concentration done. Now we can do Soul of Whampoa. In 1924, in the small island off the coast of Gwangju, a new academy was established to defend the revolution and train a generation of men capable of driving out the wretched imperialists and warlords. Many have come and gone, some fought on, some lost hope, and many, like its first headmaster, were martyred. The academy itself has moved multiple times, but the spirit of Whampoa lives on, and through the sacrifices of its men, the white sun may rise over China. Now they're popping off. There we go. Freaking finally. Ah! Hunan has capitulated. don't understand this new peace system, but I'm not going to complain. I got everything again. The leader of the two failed attempts in Suleimania to carve out Kurdish kingdom, the infamous Sheikh Mahmoud Bajinji, has once more declared independence of the Kurdish state. Cool. Okay, and from here it's actually going to get harder to push westwards. Not much stuff to steal. I blew it all up. That's why. And there is still more army reform to do. Which will mostly get rid of this, I think. Also, we have a boatload of political power I should probably use. Military, industrial concern. Do we have a construction speed buff? We do. Everything I'm building at the moment is infrastructure. We will want a theorist at some point, but I'm not entirely sure which one yet. Any lend-lease options? I keep sending them. I mean, that was probably while we were fighting. They'll cancel that immediately. Again? You are level 4. Right, we can choose this now. Army, offense, yes. Immediately, which then means that I can hire you as the army command. There you are. And you will improve in skill over time. And military high command. Yes. Infantry specialist. Perfect. Need more command power though, but at least now I'm generating command power. Unlike previously. And now that I have Changde, I'm also going to have some supply over here. Still causing some problems. Bigger guns. Bigger guns. Alright, so we bounced back in terms of infantry equipment. Artillery we are actually not doing terribly on. So the next question then is, which of these do we go after first? Or do we just do both at the same time again? Good lord, you have a lot of divisions in Chongqing. Okay, Yunnan it is. So this is all going to be fighting over mountains, which is going to be fun. Tend to do high command so I get more experience to do the armor reforms. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I did. I was just waiting for the command power. Lend-lease has been cancelled, as we are no longer at war. Finland and Russia are at peace. Boom. Alright, and then with that, I'm going to say thank you everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. I've been streaming for almost an hour longer than I intended. And that was already an hour longer than I was going to do earlier. So thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, Be sure to hit that follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and you would like to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. It helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. You can, of course, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. I do have a YouTube at youtube.com, and also a Discord, which is where the community hangs out, which should be in chat. Yes, it is. Thank you, Macho. We're going to go and see who else is streaming at the moment. Let's just go and see who's live. I will be back again tomorrow streaming. Might actually just do more Kaiserreich if I'm being honest. Tomorrow 1 PM, that's going to be my laundry stream, so we'll do more Kaiserreich for that. And then after that we've got some world building on the Digital Dragons GM channel, because unfortunately there's still no D&D, but that should be back again the week after. Hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood. Cool. Who should we raid? I think we'll go and raid Alpha Yang. Currently playing some Stellaris. So head on over there, say hello from Mordred Viking. I'd love to see a chat absolutely lit up by the Viking raid, which you can do by copying and pasting Viking raid just like this. And if you're a subscriber, you can bring in the longships just like this. Anyway, that's all for me for now. I will see you tomorrow, 1 PM Central European time, for some more Kaiserreich. Until then, I'll see you all later. Bye!